Well, welcome everyone to tonight's special meeting of the Denali Borough Assembly. We're having this meeting to discuss, review and plan our nonprofit grants for this coming fiscal year. So appreciate everybody in the live audience for showing up here tonight. It's great. We haven't had that many people at a assembly meeting in a long time, and thanks everyone for joining us online. I know we got a lot of grant applicants here tonight. The format of the meeting will be that we will get the meeting started, have a call to order, and then we're going to open things up for just kind of general public comment. But as we're going to go through and review each application individually, so when if you're here to represent a nonprofit group or if you're here to represent a nonprofit group, you can speak at that time. And if you're just kind of speaking as a member of the general public, you can speak during the public comment period here at the beginning of the meeting. And we're going to kind of take things in chunks. We're going to discuss emergency services, and then we'll do nonprofit grants. And then at the end of the meeting, we'll do matching grants. And yeah, great. So anybody online, you can follow along with the agenda that's at our on the borough website next to the Zoom link. And we'll just have you unmute yourselves when it's your turn to speak to your organization. So with that, let's call this meeting to order. And to do that, I would ask Mayor Knoll to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay. We got one over here. I pledge allegiance to the flag
To the flag of the United States, which is stands
indivisible with liberty and
liberty, and justice for all.
That really threw me off. That long pause.
Yeah,
I know, it's like.
And then, I would ask our clerk to call the roll, please, for the night.
Alexander,
Here.
Walt Warner, Dominic Manelli,
Here,
Anfield,
Here.
Richard Hammond,
Here.
Krista Zapone,
Here.
Jared Zimmerman,
Here.
we have a quorum.
I'll move to excuse Walt Warner. Second. Moved by Mr. Stanfield to excuse and seconded. Any discussion? Anyone opposed to excusing? Hearing none, we'll call that unanimous, and we will move on to public comments.
Okay, well, I'd like to start this off by saying hello, everybody. This is the first time in 10 years since I've not been sitting up. This is the first time I've been able to stand out here instead of sit there at the table. Now, I'm here to comment on two of the grants, or two of the entities that are seeking grants. The first which I'll address is the Tri-Valley Homeowners Association, which is of direct interest to me, and so will the other one, which is Kobe Farm Community, which is of direct interest to me as well. First, I'm gonna state my case on both, and I'm gonna compare and contrast so that when you're in your decision-making process, perhaps that can help, give you some insight from somebody who's a former assembly member who was doing this job, and someone who's a direct recipient of potential funds. And even though I'm not on either one of those committees. Okay. All right, first, with the Tri-Valley Homeowners Association. Well, most of you should have a email before you that I had sent to the president of the HOA, or the director of the HOA, Mrs. Kessel-Tench, and it was just expressing my displeasure with the way the roads have been maintained. We pay homeowners association dues, which is well within the range of being able to maintain the roads very adequately. And I think there are a number of reasons why that hasn't happened. And I've accepted the invitation to be on their roads committee to help assist and maybe rectifying some of those problems. However, right now, my biggest concerns are, how is that money actually being administered? I don't think there's anything being dishonest being done, but what I am concerned with is basically getting your bang for your buck. The performance of the contractor, in my opinion, based on a long history of living here and seeing that person's work or those people's work in the past, and then this, it is not the same. These people are capable of much better than this. And I like them, and I really do hope that things improve. So I would just be very careful as to how you word the conditions in this grant, should you allow them to have access to these funds. And I understand we're $98,000. I think it says $98,000 here over on the matching right now. And I might be reading this wrong, and we're $91,365 on the nonprofit grant. So we're gonna have to make some decisions at this point as to who gets what. Now speak on Kobe Farm Community. Kobe Farm Community in the past has actually been met with some challenges of people that really were not aware of what was going on. And they had a lot of very misinformed, wildly crazy preconceived ideas as to what KFC was. They were thinking that, oh, now the borough's going to start charging property tax out here, which is absolutely ludicrous, as we all know. But so they've endured quite a bit with just that aspect of things, and even in the midst of a lot of harassment, I'll call it what it is. It was harassment, outright harassment that they were on the receiving end of. They took the funds that they were given, and they weren't given 100% of the money. In fact, in some cases, they were reduced by quite a bit of the funds that they were given. But they have done an extremely good job of being good stewards of that money. And also, I'll say they've put in a lot more of their own money out of their own pockets than what was required in any matching capacity. So when I say based on performance track record, I would say KFC's done an extraordinary job. And Tri-Valley HOA, I have to admit, we're really, as a homeowner here, they're very lacking. And Usabelli had done a much better job at maintaining things. So those are the facts. It's not an opinion. And I have pictures that I can show you, should you ask. I can give them to you as well. And so my support for the Tri-Valley HOA is conditional. And my support for KFC is absolutely wholeheartedly 100%. And so there we have it. And there was probably one or two other things I wanted to mention, but that's all. If you have any questions, feel free to give me a call. And you know how to get a hold of me. At least I know Amber does. So, all right, thanks.
Joe.
Thank you.
Another one?
Yeah.
Okay, hey, so Eric Howland with Ely Hockey, President of the Association. Had a couple volunteers come in that wanted to talk about hockey really quick and the grants that we're approving or asking for. So the first one is Wesley Madela. He's our 12U captain, and I just wanted to throw out that they're also the state champion this year. I'll turn it over.
So the reasons I love hockey is because it helps, keeps me in shape, and it gives me something to look forward to in the winter. It gives me a release from stress, and school doesn't come easy for me, but hockey gives me confidence. When I look forward to hockey, I do better in school. Also, hockey is also amazing because it teaches me teamwork, sportsmanship, perseverance, and most of all, leadership. And then I also would like to share one of my teammates is that they, well, Sierra, that is one of our goalies. When I first started hockey, I didn't think much of it, but now I realized it is much more than that. Hockey has always been a part of my life, from ice puppies to peewees. I love hockey because it is such an enjoyable sport, and just like life, there's ups and downs, and you actually have to work to achieve what you want, which for our team was winning. Our team perseveres through the hardship of losing quite a few games, but every game we improve, even if it's just a new move or motivation to ourselves to win the next game. All hockey players can say they have been shot on net as a goalie, or missed a shot as a player, and lost as a team. Hockey isn't just a sport, it is a lesson for life, for the habit of character of persevering, and for beginning of hockey. I love hockey because I can enjoy working as a team and as a goalie to learn to help children understand the meaning of bonding friendships. Working as a team and persevering. My hockey team, as a group, fights so hard to win the medal, not just for ourselves, but for our team. Our kids will understand that teamwork is the dream work, and not just an old saying that people only take lightly, but think deeply and about your life and how much better it is to work as a team. Perseverance through hardships, rather than moving around them alone, with no one to help get through it. Healy hockey is an important part of working to make our dreams come true when everyone works around and supports us. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations to your team.
Next up, I'd like to introduce Table. She's from our 10U group, and our 10U group took second place in state this year, so we had a really strong showing this year.
Oh,
I love hockey because we get physical activity. It makes me happy and teaches us sportsmanship, perseverance, and teamwork. Hockey is important to me because we get to learn, have fun, and be active all at the same time. I also love hockey because we get to practice outside, go to tournaments, and I'm always growing and learning when I play. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next one I'd like to introduce is Paisley. Paisley's the goalie for the 10U group, so you know it's got to get through 5 people to get to her, and she blocked it and helped go carry him on to that second place win for state. So Paisley.
What I like about hockey is that I get to play with all my friends and see different places of in Alaska in winter, and I've been playing hockey for 4 years, and it's been the 4 funnest years of my life.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the last one I'm gonna introduce is Harper from our 8U group. 8U doesn't go to state. They don't have a tournament like that, but they go to other games and tournaments throughout the season. And I will say we had our biggest group that I can recall in modern times of 17 kids on our 8U squad, which is really amazing to have that number of kids. So Harper, it's on.
I love hockey because it teaches me to focus on what I'm supposed to do, and it's fun playing with my friends on the team. And I like the games we get to play up in Fairbanks. It's one of my favorite sports I do, and that's why I want to play it a lot more.
Thank you. I'm gonna let my minutes want to go, and I'll just say a couple more words. You're free. Thank you so much for coming. Appreciate it.
It's all the fun.
Then while they're leaving, I'll just say a couple things on like public comment for me. I've been with the program for 15 years, and so I've seen this program grow and shrink and with the numbers, and it's been an amazing place to spend time with my son down there. I started out coaching with Todd Shorey when I didn't have a child, and then when I did, I got to coach him. So very great memories and a lot of time spent down at the rink. But I would also like you to consider when you're thinking about our grant application that it's not just hockey down there. If you think about the Christmas program that we put on for Christmas on Ice, we rent out the rink to various groups that want to throw birthday parties or just have get-togethers. We had a wedding down there. Also this year, we got a grant from the preschool, and we were able to purchase ice skates in various sizes from 3 all the way up to 11 for 2 sets. And then those are going to be available this year for people to just actually come and grab right off the shelf versus having to dig through the Conic. So it's a place that people just come and ice skate with their families as well. So if you think about driving down the road, and it's very rare that you don't see it with somebody out on the ice, maybe when it's 20 below or colder, right? But otherwise you see some activity down there, and it's really a hub for the community to use. So I just ask that you take that into consideration as well. And I thank you for your time. Appreciate it. And I'll be staying for the rest of it. So if there's questions. Thank you. Thanks. And then there's going to be a podcast, sorry, real quick, there's going to be a podcast published about 30 years of Healy hockey, which I'll speak to more of that later. And that will be published on Tuesday from Vanessa, so watch out for that. It's going to be really interesting. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
One thing I want to say, the fire season last year, that was kind of tumultuous. And the one thing that the borough did, which is appreciated, at least by the fire department, I definitely appreciated it. But at the last moment, the borough was able to cough up about, I think they were, it's going to go up to about $12,000, which is moving gravel is very low amount of money. And through a lot of talking with the borough, the park service, and everything else, we finally come up with a conclusion. They kind of wanted to spread the money over the whole area. We narrowed it right down to Rochester. It got put in, and it got right in the last minutes. Walt Warner drug us a loader down there in a dump truck, and our group put a dump truck on it, and then they hauled for 2 days. During that, it started raining, and we were kept on going, so the fire service got very interested in it. We filled in 9 holes, and at that point, they had lowboy trucks and a bunch of excavators out there demobbing. What they do is pull brush back in and put in the fire breaks. And they were able to get their equipment out, and they were very nervous. You could feel it. I mean, you're around them every day. But I give you guys a lot of kudos to pull this together and have it. The other thing I want to talk about is I am part of Tri Valley subdivision. I have a house there, but I'm not too happy with the management and the fact I feel at this time they should have learned some things, and that isn't happening. They don't have a clear plan. They don't know how to plan their money, and instead they're letting other people, I mean, give them ideas, and of course they're the ones that got equipment working on it. But and then during that time, they allowed an MTA to push that road wider, and they also they took all the small rock off the top and sulfide way, and then it's all out in the ditch, and then then MTA was pulling, you know, those fines and stuff for every time they had to put a pull box in, they were just, they didn't buy any gravel, they just took it right off the road and, you know, put it in. But that cost a lot of money, because now out in the center of that road, you're starting to see the mud coming up through and big rock. And, to fix that, that's gonna take some serious money. And the other thing that reason I'm kind of complaining, that road is so wide. When you're moving snow, if you got 60-foot wide road in places. And you only need, you know, 2 lanes. And so this snow removal gets very expensive because. You know, where to put the snow and, I mean, they think it's gotta go to the edge, you know, they could just push out a path and be done with it, but. I don't think the crowd would stand for it, but. All I'm saying that they created a situation that's very expensive to maintain in the winter months. Then they don't have any money for the summer. And then they come out and there's gonna be 1,000, they'll be getting on my neck on this, but. You know, I'm in Fairbanks and I live in Anderson now. They had, you know, gravel put out along that road, so it wouldn't be slippery. None of us have it. Nor do we have the money to do it. The city of Fairbanks doesn't have it. You know, it's this, the state can it's very ginger when they put it out on the main highway, but. That's enough of that. I think they need some guidance on how to. You know, plan their work, and I'd be very careful in thinking about how much money they're gonna get, because. I don't think a bunch of money is gonna solve their real problem in the long run. If they get money, they can raise the rates, they got a lot of other avenues, and then they can spend it wisely. Thank you.
About Kobe. Thanks for all, that the borough has helped us with some finances and that. Remember that the Denali Borough has the most road frontage out on Kobe Road. And they have several lots in the quota subdivision that, thanks to my old neighbors, Jim and Sherry Anderson, they put power out to their place. And so there's power going past about 10 lots that the borough owns. I think they're all surveyed in that. They're all burned off now. And they put a lot of pit run out there, maybe $1,000 worth, you know, and mostly out of their own pockets. Yeah. We lived in the subdivision 92. We moved out there. We're probably out there 20 years about. I have no complaints about the road service then. And they're only 2-acre lots. If I only had to take care of 2 acres of road, I wouldn't be standing here in front of you. It wouldn't take that much money. We owned a home in Fairbanks till 7-8 years ago. We're in a road service district. I gripe about the taxes there, but we never paid more than $400 or $500 for road service. Our kids could get to school. We're 7 miles from the Park Highway. I just don't see how they can't handle the road with their own dues. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any public comments online? I know we've got some some applicants joining us, but any general public comments? Anybody else here tonight? Thanks, everyone. Move on, and we've got a kind of a scoring rubric that I guess I'd ask Mayor Knoll just to kind of talk us through that. Maybe introduce this first section, and if anybody in the assembly has any questions about what we're doing.
Yeah.
We can have a little discussion and then get into reviewing each of the applications.
Okay, thank you. So Welcome, everybody, and welcome those online. So what I'm looking at in front of me is our agenda for tonight. And so item D, Emergency Services and Public Safety Grant Application Review. What we're gonna see is we've got the three distinct programs here: emergency services, nonprofits, and then the matching grant program. And so we'll work through each section one at a time. What I propose is I'll start with an administrative review, and I'll just kind of introduce the applicant, the amount, and just the general basics of what the application's for those who don't have these in front of them or those in the audience. Then it'll go into applicant comment, public comment, and then assembly review and recommendation. And so also in front of us, attached to each application, you'll find a nonprofit grant application scoring guide and a matching grant application scoring guide. And so what we propose is that as we work through each application, the assembly members and myself fill out a scoring guide. We'll consolidate those, and finance clerk Nicole Dalton will tally those in real time, and then we'll post that so that we can follow along.
Because I think the first, for the emergency services didn't include that. And
yeah.
I don't know whether we want to do that or not.
Yeah, we didn't include a scoring guide for emergency services, and I think the merit is kind of more well established.
Yeah,
there, and it can
yeah.
See the level of support.
Right,
um,
right.
considered. So yeah, thank you for that clarification. No review scoring guide for the emergency services. We'll jump into those in the nonprofits.
And numbers, right? Like, top 130, total 2.
What will, yeah, and as we go through, it doesn't match what's on here, doesn't match their application. We've made some administrative modifications based on contact with the organizations. And so Denali Emergency Services Association came down.
Okay.
At Cantwell's, we also modified down. There was discussion about how insurance is
Right,
accomplished.
yeah, because I saw that on the,
Okay.
that they were,
So we, in concert with the fire department, remove the insurance because that's covered in the Denali Emergency Services application.
I'm also, maybe it would be good to, when we're looking at, before, we're looking at each section, is talking about the amount budgeted versus, the request. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so on the summary sheet that the public
Right.
doesn't have, but it's basically a summary list of each applicant and the amount requested. And then we have some administrative history attached to this summary. What we'll notice at the bottom, and Mr. Chatfield mentioned this, so we're capped by code to the amount of money that can be awarded through the nonprofit and including the emergency services and public safety grant program. That's 9% of the general fund balance as of a particular date. We are under budget by $91,000 at a full, award.
Right.
Moving down to the matching grant, we are over budget by $98,000. So the amount of the applications, the amount available to award by 98,000. And so you'll need to.
Trim it down by 98,000, yes.
And
That's the maximum. Okay, thanks.
And that cap for the matching grant program is a part of code,
That's in code. That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
so it's not a negotiable number.
correct.
And we're right on it here.
Yeah, on that, just for the matching grant. Is the total requested is 173, or I see 286 on there, and I don't come up with that number, and that's just on the summary sheet. Does that make?
I believe the number is 173, but
Okay.
Yeah, that's the number I got.
okay.
I can look all
Okay.
the summary sheets incorrect you said, Jared.
Well, there's a total match request in bold underneath that 173. Oh, I see.
That's for
That's included plus whatever the folks are putting in.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, and I apologize.
No, that's what they're requesting. That doesn't include their match.
And Dominic, you are not muted. currently, just.
Yeah.
Just commenting.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm.
Yeah.
I didn't.
So
catch
the 173 is borough only funds.
I'm
And-
not sure where that did, this sheet wasn't gonna be used for this, so
Oh, okay.
ignore that number.
Okay, yeah, so 173 is the
173.
total ask of the borough, let's say. And we are limited. Okay, and then the 98,000 is there.
So just get rid of this 286.
Yep.
All right.
Cool, thank you.
And for awareness for those online and those in the audience, we also printed out just a summary sheet for our assembly members. And Dominic, we could maybe send this to you in an email, but just a tally sheet to be able to note the score they've given to a
Yeah.
particular applicant, because they'll hand in those tally sheets, score sheet to be tallied. It's just and there's a little section for notes.
And this is the first time we've done it this way, so
Yes.
bear with us a little bit. For a while, for a long time, we had just a matching grant committee of 3 people that only addressed the matching grants. And the nonprofit was dealt more with
We got to get rid
just
of
kind of
this.
by recommendation and through the budgeting
We'll
process.
Get rid of
So
that.
I think this is good.
Mhm.
Oops. This one
Go
here.
over. Yeah.
We've got some work ahead of us.
Mhm.
One of the biggest nights of the year. It's good.
It is. I'll start with this. I'd start with the disclosure of interest statement that we were hoping to just make before each section. In the spirit of full transparency and for the purpose of disclosing any personal interest, please describe the association with any of the applicants that you or anyone in your household may have. And so I'll go ahead and provide an example. I a volunteer with McKinley Volunteer Fire Department.
I volunteer with the Tri-Valley Fire Department and the Healy Valley Lions Club.
I'm on the city council for the city of Anderson.
And there isn't any conflict of interest per code unless anybody is a director. If you're a director, you're kind of like materially interested in those organizations or whatever. So that would be the difference between being a member and a director in terms of conflicting and voting and stuff like that on any of this.
Okay, I
Thanks.
can, yeah, and if you want, I can move on to the first applicant.
Yeah, yes, we are on emergency services and public safety grants for organizations, and we'll go through them one by one. And the mayor has, yeah,
With the idea that in this case, we don't have to cut anything because we have 91,000 more budgeted than is requested. That's the overall framework. Okay. I just want to make sure that's right.
So Community of Cantwell Inc. is the organization. They are the Cantwell Fire Department and they do a few other community programs, support other programs down there. As you'll see, we modified the request down from the application of $39,502 to $30,002 that we removed insurance that is covered under the Denali Emergency Services Association. And this is for operations of the fire department. And I'll leave it at that.
It also includes the ambulance service.
Yes. Yes.
Turn it back over to you.
any discussion on the Cantwell Community Inc. application? Emergency services?
Seems like a bargain.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service. Exactly.
So we'll move on to Denali Emergency Services Association request.
Okay, Denali Emergency Services Association or DESA, we've modified the grant, the application from $105,000 to $80,000. This is, we removed dispatch, which a couple years ago, it was moved to a line item for a budget. So that's the one change proposed here. This covers liability and property insurance for the 3 member departments, Cantwell, McKinley, and Tri-Valley Volunteer Fire Department. And it covers stipend for radio and pager maintenance.
Any discussion? Ron?
Okay, McKinley Volunteer Fire Department, $38,000 request, no modifications. This is, again, operations of the fire department, including training, equipment, and, personnel stipend, a chief stipend.
And in this case, I know it's from the McKinley Community Center, they are the ones that pay the insurance for the building itself
Correct.
because they're connected.
Correct. And the contents of the fire hall side is included under the umbrella policy.
Right,
Covered by DESA.
gotcha. All right,
Skinner has what you got.
Okay, yeah, Ms. Skinner, thanks for joining us tonight. Go ahead and unmute and
Hi, my name's Carrie Skinner. I'm the treasurer for the McKinley Village Fire Station. Been in this role for, gosh, I think over 10 years. Just wanted to take a moment to thank you for considering our request. We have had, over the years, it's been, kind of growth and shrinkage in our volunteers, but we're holding steady right now. Pretty excited about some new people that have joined us, and just wanted to, again, thank you for your support.
thank you, and thank you for your work. Any questions for Ms. Skinner? No. We'll move on to Tri-Valley Volunteer Fire Department.
Okay, the request for Tri-Valley Volunteer Fire Department, $239,000. That's, I believe about a 5% increase from last year. And this is what we know as the summer medic program. Operational costs of that program, payroll costs, uniforms, medicine, some housing, facility expenses. And they had just over 300 plus calls last year.
Any discussion?
I have a question on that.
Yes, we do have, so we had time for applicant comment, I think, as we were going through, but there is time for public comment just for the emergency services portion, so,
Okay.
thank you, yeah. Go ahead.
My question is, I'm just looking at this here, they had 300 calls, that's, if we rounded that up, that's about. It's about 239, I mean, it's running about probably 9,000, about $900 call. How, they also, every one of those calls are, they're supposed to initially, go after insurance. I realize some people don't have insurance and stuff, but insurance first, then this money second, and this is getting an awful big number, and I realize it's an awful big deal, but, when this first got started, this thing was all volunteer by, Healy. And eventually, we were getting up to around about 150 calls that one year, and finally, it pretty well had everybody burn out. And so that got started, and then they started out with one person, and now if they have 300 calls, and they're up to this number. I'm curious how well they're gathering money, from insurance on this, is where I'm headed. And this is, I realize, hiring a person gets expensive, but it's, this thing is morphed into a pretty big number. And I realize the park just dumps them on you. You have no choice. So I'm not I'm not casting any ill fate on this. I really like to have a better understanding of the numbers on this. It's getting pretty complicated.
And I guess my understanding is that they don't request money for the other fire department operations. Or any of that, but they. So this program covers the wages for the summertime program. My understanding, which like you were
Right.
saying, just with dealing with almost all the calls coming out of Canyon.
Right.
That kind of providing that service to our visitor community, which for me is what pays, pays for all these things. So, I kind of see it as we're paying for Tri-Valley to do that service for the broader community, kind of in
Sure.
support of that area. And I guess my understanding is that they kind of leverage that to cover the other costs of all the fire department operations. Then does that, I guess, I don't know. That's kind of my jive.
Yeah.
Yeah, where's the cost of the ambulance come from? Buying the ambulance, maintaining it. I mean, this ambulance is bloody expensive now.
And there's been
Those have been
grants.
supported, by Borough. The emergency apparatus Borough grant program was started to assist them in replacing an ambulance that was beyond its useful life. They do bill for insurance. That takes an administrative level of effort that not all the departments have. Though I understand Anderson is kind of growing into that. But you don't receive, and they probably could speak to the percentage, but I think I've heard they receive about 30% of what they bill for. So they're not able to recover all of their costs through insurance billing.
Absolutely, I understand that.
The other point I'll make is that the funding it speaks to the level of capability of the responders. And I think this is something that Tri-Valley Fire Department has expressed interest in having a conversation with the public and this body. Because they provide paramedic level care during the summer, and that's the highest level of advanced life support care they can. And that takes money to attract those providers who are otherwise employed by municipal departments, elsewhere, so.
But given the long transport time from here to Fairbanks, if something ever happens to me, I definitely want to have the paramedic in there. And as one who was an EMT, I can tell you, I could be of no help. That's like it's not much of a level, but a paramedic it's a good thing to have.
Another one of the things to consider mentioning the traveling is the department has to have 2 teams available 24/7 at a minimum. So then in the summertime, they are employing 4 people for the daytime and 4 people for the nighttime, if you will. They do week on, week off. And even then the volunteers are getting called. So even with the amount of money we are providing them or have provided them to this point, they're still relying on volunteer hours, somebody to drive the ambulance, somebody to watch the scene on the side of the highway, if you will. So I hear you, it is a very large number, but you also consider the demographic of the people who come to visit, the likeliness that they are to call 911. And then again, you're talking a 5-hour round trip for one 911 call. So just as context.
And to put your comment earlier, which I agree, I mean, in a way, the borough gets all its money out of our bed tax. And this is sort of like the cost of doing business that way.
I appreciate the dialogue.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I don't want, if anybody else has a public, that kind of spurred some good assembly discussion, so thanks for the comment. But if anybody else has public comment on any of the emergency service grant applications, this is the time for that.
I didn't want to speak for the fire chief in Tri-Valley, but as far as that field, I can talk to you later if you need some further in-depth information on that one there. But the money that they're asking for, $239,000 isn't a lot to increase the capability. We're sending that to help the folks in the parks. It's helping all of us, and that's not a big dollar amount to get a few paramedics.
I just wanted to get a kind of an idea how it was working, how it's going. I understand quite a bit about it.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm
I've been
sure
here
you do,
too many
yeah.
years, they're hard cases and it takes a paramedic to handle. These aren't simple cases that you pick up in the park. It isn't the 20-year-old.
Right.
We're talking an 80-year-old. Big difference.
And a long transport.
Long transport and.
Yeah.
and
It's
it's not just only Tri-Valley and you got Clear involved in this, you got Anderson, you got Unana, you got Cantwell. It takes a lot to make, the park work.
Right. Any, if there's no other public comment, time for assembly discussion, and then, I would entertain a recommendation. And I think we'll just do I guess procedure wise, we can just kind of put forward a recommendation. We're basically recommending this number for ourselves to be included in our budget, and then, the mayor will include it in the budget, and that'll kind of be our starting point when we start discussing the budget, kind of what we come up with here tonight. So I guess for this section, I would just ask for maybe just kind of a lump number recommendation for all these, but if you want to discuss any of them individually, now's the time for that.
Probably for this, my recommendation would be to grant all the monies as requested. Especially since-
$387,002.
Right.
Okay.
Second.
Any other second? So moved by Mr.
Alexander.
Alexander. And seconded. Any other discussion? Anyone opposed to that, recommendation? All right. Thanks, everyone.
This is the easy part. Right?
Yeah. That'll bring us to the nonprofit grant section.
Maybe we should really fast because it's for the public.
Okay. Okay. Mhm.
For the first one.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're kind of interspersed in our packets, right?
Okay.
Yep,
Yeah, there should be one behind each.
each packet.
Does anyone want to see the paper that they're working off of right now? You have a copy of it there.
So we'll move into the nonprofit grant application review. I'll read this transparency statement once more. In the spirit of full transparency and for the purpose of disclosing any personal interest, please describe the association with any of the applicants that you or anyone in your household may have. I could start as for example, my children go to the Denali Preschool and Learning Center.
So do we need to do that for every grant or when it's relevant, or?
Like maybe just around right now, if there's anything on the list.
Yeah, for the nonprofit grants.
Okay,
And the list is behind you.
okay, well, I'm Krista Zapone. I volunteer with the Tri-Valley Community Fire or Lions Club, Healy Valley Lions Club, the Tri-Valley Fire Department, and I forgot to mention earlier, I also play hockey. So I do have a little bit of personal interest in that, but not in any formal way. I was the former president of the Lions Club, but am no longer.
I have a child that plays hockey.
I live in the Pangini Creek subdivision, member of the homeowners association, and
That one
benefit
too.
from the plowing.
I also live in the Tri-Valley HOA. Sorry, there's a lot.
All
Okay, we'll start off with the Anderson Community Library. Their request is $2,720. This is largely for supplies. This is a new applicant. The library was a city department and has obtained or is in the process of obtaining 501c3 nonprofit designation.
And as far as you know, to the extent necessary for this process, that 501c3 process or whatever, that they would consider eligible.
Defer to borough staff.
There's a certificate.
Just if, it sounds like they're in the process of.
Yeah,
of
if
forming that.
they've shown that they've applied and we accept.
Yeah, I mean, the back says they did.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a comment on them.
I think we'll do administrative review, and then should we do public comment at the, do you want to do that for each individual, or just kind of have a?
That was our vision for how this might go.
Go through each individual application,
Yeah.
we'll have time for all the discussion.
Let the applicant speak, let the public speak, and then get the assembly discussion.
Yep. Okay, so if you have any, we'll let the mayor do any administrative, and if they're online, we'll give them a chance, and then I'll call up for public comment.
And that would be my only, I just would point to, they've got a budget, identified in page 2 of this.
Okay, that's great. And is anybody online from Anderson Library? If so, speak up.
I have not noticed anybody.
Okay, all right, so public comment?
I am from Anderson, and the reason I want to talk is they started kind of pulling that library out of the ashes, and a lot of help from Healy and other people to get going and then working towards getting a nonprofit and then to finally getting their application in. I take kudos off to them, but it's involved, finally, it's good for the community. It's involved about 5 women in that situation. They've held many meetings, they got the notes, from all that, and this isn't just gonna go away here. We definitely they wanna get it going. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment? Then, any assembly discussion or recommendations?
It's sort of, odd, it was previously part of the Anderson City, maybe you could speak to this.
Somewhat, it was part of the Anderson City, and they were separated. I believe it's been at least a couple of years. They went in 2 different directions. I know the Anderson City's in the middle of kind of reconstructing everything and putting all the pieces back together. And we had some individuals that actually wanted to separate and start the library on their own. They're doing a fantastic job, so I'm very much in support of what they're doing. So. Clarification.
Yeah, it's.
Could you clarify the expectations for recommendations? Are we to make recommendations like we did in the first section, or is this the opportunity to turn these in and score and do that later? How would you like to do that?
I'd say, go ahead.
Yeah.
Maybe we do the scoring part, right?
Yeah, I would recommend we score,
Yeah.
turn these in. Nicole will average them. I see you can note a recommended funding amount on here. I'd encourage you to do so, and also note your name. There's a spot on the back of your name, perfect. But then I think the discussion I'd offer, that would be the best time to determine the proposed funding amount. Maybe.
And then, so maybe we just kind of leave that as our discussion at this point.
Yeah.
We can kind of go through, and then we'll get feedback, and we can talk about funding requests and recommendations after it's been tallied. And we'll kind of go, we'll circle back through all of them. So while we're discussing the next application, you can be tabulating everything.
That sounds great.
And I guess, see, if people want to put in a recommended amount, let's put that in at the bottom. Maybe be averaged, and you can give us a little discussion of range or whatever it is, whatever's pertinent.
Yeah.
For our
I'll give
discussion.
The running scores out of, I'm not gonna average the score, it'll just be, everyone gives up to
Oh,
100, total out
That's
of
right.
800 will be up there.
Okay,
So as you get to your proposals, you'll be able to compare
Great.
how you scored. Yeah.
okay.
So should we just go through this as a group and
Well-
agree on what the numbers would be then?
No, you fill it out individually, what you think. We'll all turn them in.
Mhm,
Oh, okay,
mhm.
okay. Huh, all right. With the overall view that, again, in this portion of the budget, we're flush. Right,
In terms of what's available,
in terms of the available money,
under our code limit. I
yes,
guess I would say.
exactly.
Dominic has raised his hand.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, Dominic, you there?
Yeah, I guess based on the instructions that Amber sent out when she introduced this process, anyone who would be zooming in, I guess, would just give a voice score and recommendation. Is that how you want to proceed with that? I'm certainly prepared to do that, so.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do that or,
Cool, and I
or,
gotta
or
keep-
email directly either.
keep
Either
track
way.
of Dominic's.
Yeah,
Yeah, if you're ready, Dominic.
yeah, go ahead.
Nicole can check it. Hey, Nicole. Yes, I will keep track of his and do tabulate everything. Just one.
We're having these up.
I don't.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so it'll give your total points and then any recommended funding. And then pass them to me and I'll
It's
hand them out.
Complex.
Nicole, do you want me to email to you, or I can just do it verbally?
You can
Whatever.
verbalize it if you're comfortable. Yeah, either way, whatever works.
Okay,
We put our names.
tell
on
me
it?
when you want me to verbalize and
Oh, on
I'll
the
do
back.
it.
Are you gonna do a score and a proposed amount?
The total score.
Yep,
Okay, yeah, give me just 1 second.
yeah, I went through,
Yeah, you're gonna write it down?
Sure.
Yeah, you can go ahead whenever you're ready, Dominic.
yeah, okay, for the Anderson Community Library, I scored it 100 and recommend full funding of the $2,720.
I have everybody.
Yep.
Oh.
Okay. So the next one on our list is Aurora Dental Plus Health and Wellness, Inc. This is a new applicant. Grant request of $25,000 for equipment purchase, facility rent, and some supplies.
Well, we have applicant comment?
Yeah,
You want to
that would be
speak?
me.
Go ahead, yeah. Thanks for coming.
My name's Christina Hansen. I've met you guys, I think, last week. I just wanted to go over, or I wanted to apologize first because my application looks sad. This is my very first time having a nonprofit, starting a nonprofit. I've been in the dental field for 30 years and, I'm on the dental board. I'm an examiner for dental hygienists and my mission is to bring health and wellness to the borough, not just the city of Healy, but okay, I'm getting patients from all over. And I just want to continue that, and this is a different kind of plan. I could just start a business and have a business here, but I wanted to do a nonprofit so I could do free work, not just insurance work. Insurance is gonna keep the lights on and keep employees, but grant funding's will have the establishment, and then all the insurance is gonna help keep it going. But my ultimate goal is to, you know, do free dental work and bring a dentist in once a month. And that's, I didn't know how to write this grant proposal, and I was like, when I read everybody else's, I was like, ah. But here I am, I'm gonna try my best, and this one is just to get the building up and ready as an office and get, because insurance is crazy and you don't get paid right away. I'm asking to get the rent paid for a little bit until things start rolling. And then, IT supplies and equipment is in my next grant, the bigger grant. But that's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Can we, can I ask a question?
Yes.
So the intention is to initially have dental hygienist services.
Yes, so that's what I am, yeah.
Right, and then hopefully attract a dentist to come
We've
down?
already talked to several. And
Okay.
there are a lot of interested parties.
Okay,
So to have a nice facility is gonna get them to come,
right,
right? And to have the equipment, so I have a drawing, and it's the building plan is for 2 operatories, me and the other person. And then also in the front of not the building, but in front of the room is a medical office that I've had sectioned off, and we'll put the equipment in there, not the medical equipment, but the like basic. Here's a table, here's a chair, so that a physician could come in and share the space.
okay. And so then the idea would be, for collect insurance for the people that have insurance, and those that don't would be in some sort of sliding scale or
Would fall
something
into the
along that,
sliding scale or free scale. I mean,
right,
I worked for a corporation in California, and we did serve days. There was quarterly, like 1 serve day a quarter, and it was just, you get recommendations from different people, like, oh, this person really needs, help with this, and then you just put them on the list, and that day you do free work. And you have money in your nonprofit to hire a dentist to come in and work with you to do a serve day, and that's what my plan is. For, not for all the time.
Right,
But
right.
there's certain days for serve days.
And so, for instance, like some of these things obviously would just be, I mean, in terms of like, say, next year's, if hopefully this all would work out,
Yeah, this
this would just be like a one-time,
a one-time thing, because that's where you get your insurance, is paying the bills.
right? So after the startup costs, it would be, this would,
Yeah, I wouldn't need any.
okay.
That's the plan.
Thank you.
I've got a couple questions.
Yep.
You mentioned trying to get a dentist in there once a month with the dental hygienist services. What would be the frequency of those? Like,
1 day a month,
okay,
yeah.
so your plan is to occupy that building and then provide the service 1 day a month?
Well, I'll be there
That's what I'm asking.
1 week a month, and then in 2 years, I'll be living here. That's my ultimate goal. But for now, I live in Fairbanks, so I'll be staying down here, and which I found in May, when I come down in May, it's very expensive for me to be here. Because I was like looking around, I was like, oh my God, I need to get a loan to rent a house out here for the week.
Thank you. My second question is, do you see, because you have a second grant in there, do you see these as tied together? In other words, is your nonprofit grant application also conditional upon approval of the secondary matching fund grant?
So the second grant is all my equipment. I do have mobile equipment, which if I don't get a big chunk of this second grant, then I'll be using my mobile equipment, but it's mobile equipment. It's not as nice and I'm not gonna attract a dentist.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I'll still be here.
Okay.
Dominic, yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question to Jeremy's. I noticed in your nonprofit application, you have in your budget 14,000, I believe, for finish work, flooring, fixtures, et cetera. But then I also noticed in your matching grant application, cost for the same stuff. So I'm asking or wondering, is there redundancy? Why is there money being requested in, I guess, the matching grant that's already being provided for in your nonprofit
Yes.
application? Does that make sense?
Yes, it does totally make sense. So my first grant, I don't have a final number from the construction portion. I'm just throwing like a guess. And just in case I'm way off, then I have some extra backup. But obviously, I don't have a final number on how much the construction cost will be. He can't even give me a number, he said, so.
So then it would be your one is contingent on receiving the other in order to make it all work for you. Is that correct?
Well, I have my own money too, so
Okay.
yeah. So if I don't get the second big portion, you know, or it's cut down in half, then I'm gonna be using my own money if I do get that first grant.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, and I guess if anybody on the assembly has a question for the applicant, we can ask direct questions to Ms. Hanson, and then we'll go to public comment, and then we'll kind of have discussion amongst ourselves. Does that sound good? Yeah.
The first packet anyway. What is the status of your 501c3?
That's turned in and I got an email that day that I turned it in, that it would be months.
To process
Yeah,
that?
it's processed.
Okay. We have given other nonprofit entities kind of a strict, you have to be a nonprofit in the past. So for the good of the order, there is a little bit of limbo with her application not being finalized at this point.
We awarded one last year.
We did?
Yeah, it's shown that it's applied for Tri-Valley HOA last year.
Right, we made it conditional, I thought, right?
What was that?
Didn't we make it conditional that they had the,
They had not yet applied,
Uh-huh.
so it was conditional on them applying, but they did not receive that status prior to. When I started, the chamber's, 501c6 status had been revoked because they hadn't filed a proper report. And so I refiled, but it took almost 18 months, I think, for us to get reapproved. And you guys, since our application was in, treated it as completed overnight.
Okay, thank you for, that's why I asked the question.
We'll do, any public comment on this application? Yeah, Ms. Tench?
Just, as you're looking at the scoring guide, at the last one on the list, organization background, does the organization have a clear established connection with the Denali Borough? I just want you to know that she came down earlier this year, and is it this year or last fall?
Twice this year.
Yeah, so I mean, I got dental service, my husband did, I saw many families come through while I was in the waiting room, so she definitely has established a connection here.
45 people.
Any assembly discussion? I guess we do our,
Right, well,
in the end, when it comes down to money, but if there's anything, any discussion relevant, we want to go ahead here while we're.
I mean, would
While we're
would
scoring.
we be okay with the conditional approval? I mean, is that what we're working under, the assumption that that's okay?
I would say based on the testimony of past, there is precedent
Yeah,
to treat it
yeah.
as such, yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
we're all good with that?
Can we,
And-
go ahead, Dominic.
And did I hear the application for nonprofit status? That's been filed? It's just waiting to be processed?
Correct.
Okay.
Could
And so the
we,
award would be, the timing would be July 1, right? That's when ideally that status would be clarified.
uh,
I think that's when the funding would become available with the start of our new fiscal year. But I think how we've operated in practice in the past is the funding's been awarded. This is on a reimbursable basis. The applicant files
Right.
the report. We've processed those. It could be conditional if we don't receive the status within some time period, we could ask for a refund or something.
Yeah, right. Got it. That
But
makes
it's in
sense.
process, it's in process.
Right.
could we politely request a copy of the bylaws that you guys approved in these minutes? The nonprofits bylaws? Oh, wow.
But if it's not, I could,
I mean, if it's there, I'm sure it's there. We have time between today and the next meeting to do more research on these individually, so.
It was not in our package.
It's just not in this giant pile of paper we were handed for today, so. If it's there, then yes, I would encourage everybody to take a look at that too.
It's gonna be a hard one to remember. Name on the back.
Yeah, I know. The,
That's how I'll submit them, so.
Just
So,
it would be good to have a dentist. Wonderful. Way to drive.
Is there public comment on this or not?
We did, but if you have, do you have one?
Yeah, I
Go ahead.
do. It's on the nonprofit part. We've gone through last year, the meetings, everybody had to back off because they didn't have the nonprofit status. I feel a hard rule that needs to be made if you're gonna give credit every time or not. If you don't have the paperwork, the initial paperwork to do it, I feel it's gotta be tabled until they do have the paperwork. I mean, a lot of people sure scrambled and had to miss a year. And I realize it isn't easy. And, but it's still part of the game. If you don't have it, then you're not really eligible to be asking. But I realize now if the borough granted it one time, I feel that was a big mistake. But that.
It was more than one time.
I have something to say
Yeah.
too about kind of towards that. The IRS lets you operate after you've applied and it backdates it most of the time. So the IRS kind of honors that as well. Even though it's not been granted, she can start operating as a nonprofit. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thanks. So it sounds like precedent is the application versus actually having it approved.
If it
And
takes them
then-
18 months to process an application, then.
Yeah, and there was with the homeowners association last year, there was a question just in terms of which category. Is that right, that fit?
Yeah.
That
because it's not
which
final
one was gonna fit into? Yeah.
You got yours done, Roger? So collect those votes. Yes, we got one more coming.
That brings us to. What's our next one? Cantwell Community Library.
So Cantwell Community Library, returning applicant grant request is for $6,755. This is for wages, supplies, and I noted it's a decrease of 4% from last year. They do a little bit of travel money as well.
I need to get Dominic's score for the last one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. I scored 80 and recommend full funding.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
All right. Well. See, and then there is not anybody online from Cantwell Library.
Oh.
Any public comment on the Cantwell Library grant application? Assembly comment or any discussion here as we fill this out?
No, not for me.
Oh.
Dominic, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I'll score it 100 and recommend full funding.
Thank you.
Jeopardy or something. Full funding for 100.
What is?
Say what it is.
That brings us to Denali Chamber of Commerce.
The Chamber of Commerce grant request is for the maximum in this category of $25,000. This is for nonprofit startup costs, training and professional development, community events, utilities, and personnel costs.
Hey.
I don't really have anything that we included, but I wanted to be available for questions.
Any questions for Mrs. Jusak?
So this was the new section of the separated, the new split version of the,
Yeah, so the board decided on the name to that Denali Development Foundation will be a combination of economic, workforce, and community development. It's kind of an example of some of the projects we're looking at. In the past, we've looked at grants to put in community well. That we haven't qualified for, that would be something under the community umbrella. Workforce development would be doing things like providing training assistance to people that need to travel to Fairbanks to upskill and get certification, who can afford, a month into hell and a month off work to do that under the workforce component. And then economic development, there's some things that we could potentially do faster. Grant program that needs to be, looked at, maybe a housing study or an expansion of industry study, some of those things that we can do faster with grant programs. And so kind of got a wide umbrella, like that's by design, people who would have grant opportunities to present themselves to be able to capitalize. on those.
And so really the applicant name isn't really the Denali Chamber of Commerce, it would be the,
Worker group is going to do the whole IRS application. The foundation requires a lot more technical detail. And so they have a lawyer on staff that'll draft all of that and submit it. And then,
so there'll be a different name.
it's the way that it'll be formed as is essentially the subsidiary of the chamber. It'll have overlapping board of directors in terms of the officers. And it's owned and operated. It was similar to the way that.
So the nonprofit from the IRS thing is this is not really formed yet? So this really doesn't apply to that?
So there's the 5,000 in the grant request that is for the first spot for that. Yeah.
Okay, so this is another case where it's not actually, at this point, it's actually not.
Correct, so the grant under that being applied for by the chamber to help start.
Yeah. Right, but so this is another case.
No, the Chamber of Commerce is the
Chamber is-
applicant.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Now I understand.
It's just one budget item.
Gotcha.
It's the startup costs associated with the foundation.
Okay.
That includes like the IRS filing fee, the lawyers.
All right.
Would you anticipate the foundation having borough grant requests in the future?
No, foundation funding is, there's certain requirements on how much of the money can come from what percentage of your donors. And so we'd be looking at private partnerships with other foundations, grants, primarily federal, EDA type. It's not to say that there couldn't be some sort of memorandum of agreement or contract between the borough and the foundation if there's something specific, especially if we end up going the route of the economic development district. But that would be handled, I imagine, in the same fashion that the contract with Discover Denali is, and would be different.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Thank you. And that brings us to the grant application. Is that right?
We gotta get Dominic's.
Dominic, thank you.
Oh, yeah. I scored 90 and recommend full funding.
Thank you.
So yeah, that brings us to Early Learning Coalition doing business as Denali Preschool and Learning Center.
Returning applicant, maximum request of $25,000 under this program. This is for utilities and personnel costs and then tuition assistance program. They have applicant comment here.
We'll do applicant comment first, and then we'll do public comment. Do you have anything? Thanks, Monica, for coming.
I also am a parent. So I have 3 kiddos at DPLC. We're the lead licensed childcare center in the Denali Borough. Nana does have a licensed Head Start at this time. We did make it through COVID, which a lot of daycare centers did not in this state. And we're in a crisis for childcare. We've been able to stay open through generous support from this borough and through other stabilization grants that have dried up at this point. So through COVID, there was a lot of stabilization grants that did help support our staffing mostly because we had to keep enrollment so low through COVID. We can only have so many kiddos and the number of times we had to close due to illnesses. So we are boosting everything back up. We actually were able to add a new building through the match that last year. We were able to complete it. We do have some challenges this year with that, but we'll be able to finish everything and open it. It has been open and we've been running the heat in there. So utility bills on top of just costs rising. Our utility bill has just been increasing overall, not to mention the increased capacity that is much needed in the area for infant and younger than 18-month capacity. We are competing really hard to recruit and retain our staff. So we're consistently having to up the amount that we pay our staff, which is really wonderful because we're trying to pay our staff a much better working wage, but that requires even more funds to support it without making things too unaffordable for most of our families, which is part of our mission to provide affordable childcare, which that's a definition that is really hard to really set on, other than trying not to increase rates too excessively, which is what a lot of those categories, offsetting the cost of utilities, providing wage support to help us keep competitive, which we have been able to increase our pay rates. And then also the subsidy has mostly been going towards assisting us when we have had necessary closures due to illnesses in our area. We were providing credits towards our families, which we couldn't do at once. So I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Public comment?
Yes. They, last year, you know, they got $90,000 and it's really, it'd be nice to know where they got to with that. And then now, like she's saying, they are in a big crisis of, they're needing quite a few employees right now. So the model, I'm questioning if the model is an accurate model for what they're trying to do. It's, you know, after that infusion of that kind of money, then coming to here, you know, it's looking pretty bleak from what I've been reading.
Well, I mean, we used funding for the matching grant for the building, which it was used for, and to upgrade infrastructure. We actually did upgrades to our fencing and to our playground in addition to completing the building. There's some additional funds we'll be using through July after the winter heating that we had on the new building, which is stuff that we didn't anticipate happening. So the remainder of the funds will be going towards some fixes. And I think just like everybody, we struggle to recruit qualified candidates. We end up either going to tradition of hiring, I don't even want to say parents, but mothers of young children. Those children grow up, they want to follow their kids to the school, or they get in and it's too hard to both parent as well as work. And so they decide that after a short time that they can't do it. Our starting wage for entry level, we've increased starting from $12.50 when I first was on the board up now to $15, and we still can't because 18-year-olds are going to the valley and they're going to $23 an hour to assist them on the use of valley land. So we're really competing against a lot of high-paying entry level jobs in our community. And it's a necessary. It's necessary to kind of the National Park Service provides a subsidy for families who make less than $90,000 a year. Not very many families qualify for it, but I will tell you that the few that do, PPLC is the only type that they can accept. And we are struggling right now to retain our staff. A lot of them are leaving for their high-paying summer jobs. So yeah, we are hurting. We are losing our dependents because they're going elsewhere. Not because they didn't like the job, but that's where life brought them. It's unfortunate, but it's the reality that we're in. So it's just It is really hard. You are accurate. It is distressing, but we are continually working to make improvements. We are continually looking to strategize ways that we can reduce some of the loss of staffing. But in the meantime, we're trying to do the best we can, and the support is always helpful, and it opens up our opportunities more.
I have a question. How many clients do you have that you're taking care of in the year?
It's about 42 attendees. So we're in another grant, we subsidize preschool. So I think that's subsidized preschool, we're around 26, because I think about 7 or 8 of them are only going to those subsidized preschool days. So yeah, about 27 to 35. We do see an increase in the summertime, which is one of the challenges. We have all of our staff leave because we have seasonal employees, and we are still on reduced hours as well to retain staff so we don't burn them out.
No, I have no objection. I'm just sitting there. I just wanted to see it is a rough business and that the community needs it.
I'd like to comment as a community member. I spent 20 years working in early learning, and the budgetary issues facing DPLC are not unique. They are across the United States for early learning and childcare programs. It is a thankless job. They are always underpaid. They are always undertrained. The turnover is rapid and constant. And yet these are our most vulnerable people. They are tiny people that we must care for. And we do not value as a country enough to pay them a living wage. So these budget items that they have are not unique. Also, just in case anyone didn't know, they provide the unique opportunity for our early learning special ed students from the school district to participate as well. And if they didn't, we wouldn't be able to meet our federal early learning mandates.
Other public comment? Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, give them everything they want, my son. And so for him, that was his first real big social interaction, because when we first got here, we didn't know a lot of people based on working at Claire, so it's kind of where you worked at first. But he came up through the preschool with Miss Katie, and then I think Amber, you were the director at one point. My wife was on the board as well, helping keep it glued together. And as we know, it's super critical for kids to get in there early age and get that socialization and learning going. So I really saw that help Gene to where he is now. He's 14 and doing big things. So we appreciate that. And then also, like Monica said, it's hard to earn a living wage and keep people there. So anything they can do to up that, to recruit talent and good quality people helps. And at the same time, they're providing that service, because if you have a family that has both parents working, what are you going to do if you don't have family in the area? And some of us are transplants and don't have that. So we really rely on that service to make it happen, so that they can do not just work to pay daycare, right? To actually have a place for their kids to learn and grow, and then have a place to take care of them while they take care of their careers and the family. So we appreciate what they do.
Okay.
I do want to add that one thing I did forget to mention is as the board person focusing on grants, we were feeling that I'm professionalizing the DPLC to make it a career development opportunity. So we'll be collaborating with the Denali Borough on preschool coming up, but in preparation for that, we actually implemented professional curriculum standards through our preschool, and we're really looking forward to see how those kiddos are testing with their gold standard assessment system. And then next year, I think we're going to see some really great opportunities for those kids who have benefited from these opportunities. So the DPLC is not just a preschool, we're working with an aspect of our business as well. And we're a community supporter, and we run things like the icons that we do on the weekend, and do a lot of generosity through the different businesses. And this year, we also supported quite a few different programs and literacy events. So that we're open to not just our attendees, but to the community.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Here's your sheets on first. Your name on them.
I need you to.
Will bring us to Denali Visitor Center.
I think we have
I think I'm ready for yours.
Kiwi Hockey Association.
Okay. For Denali preschool learning, I scored it 100 and recommend full fund.
You wrote out, there's no request.
Okay. Oh, that's just for my house.
Yeah.
Thank you. So yeah, that brings us to Healy Hockey.
Healy Hockey Association, this a maximum request of $25,000. This is for utilities, maintenance improvements around the rink and some equipment costs.
We spoke earlier, you want to speak to the grant application?
Yeah, give us all our money. Thank you. Just like the big deal. So $25,000 was awarded last year. It does seem like a lot of money, but when you break down, and hopefully we did that eloquently enough in our proposal, is that, you know, it takes a lot of behind the scenes that you don't think about to make the rink run. So the lights are expensive with the electricity, fuel oil to keep the locker room and the concession shack and the ZAM shed going is expensive. And those talk, you know, everybody's felt it in the pocketbook as fuel oil prices especially have risen over the years. So the first part for our utility expenses just basically keeps the lights on, keep the locker room warm, keep the ZAM running, if you've seen my post on Facebook before. So that does take money. We are celebrating our 30th anniversary of Healy Hockey. It started just a little bit before that, but then like official teams started 30 years ago. And it started with a little Echo trailer, and it's grown from that to the concession building that we have now in the locker rooms. Well, you know, that over time, the 15 years that I've been with the program, those facilities remain the same ones, and they've taken years. And there's been a lot of volunteers to help try to keep like the doors shut, keeping everything sealed up. But we've gotten to the point where we really do need to do some true work inside the locker rooms, especially, and just the wear and tear of going in and out of there. Just beats everything up. So we're looking for facility maintenance expenses. And then along with that, as described in there, the Zamboni is old and it takes a lot of parts and pieces to keep it running and a lot of volunteer hours by mechanics from the mine to keep it running. So, you know, it's an expense that's real. Until we get a new Zam and they're ultra expensive, we got to keep this one glued together. And then just equipment purchases throughout the year, like for instance, this year, you would think something as simple as a net for a goal is cheap, but it's not. 2 nets are almost $450. And then you have to have volunteers to put them on. So just those things, you know, we had to put new nets on this year, but that was on the big nets. We also got the small nets we got to think about. And everything, as you can imagine, in the Healy winds and the Healy weather is wear and tear on the rink, on the facilities, and on the volunteers. So anyways, I'm here to answer any other questions that you have of where that money might be. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any public comment?
So, you know, as a parent of an elementary school student, I would say that the opportunities for those elementary school students at their school, especially in the wintertime, are kind of limited. And this year, Healy Hockey was really vital for us just to get Piper out and about. And every year, I feel like it's this huge challenge and then this new opportunity of how is he going to do things in the five. Just really great development opportunities for him. And yeah, it's just been, he's a second generation Healy hockey player, by the way. His dad, who volunteers, who's a coach, and having HHA out there actually doing work on the rink, because I hear horror stories of the moms having to shovel. Amber, I don't know if you remember, did you guys have to do that too? Oh, yeah. Like having to shovel off and pour the water pre-Zamboni. Yeah, so to hear the stories of like what it was like to have to prep the ice rink for David and his teammates before without the Zamboni. I don't want to do that.
We didn't coordinate to help each other.
This has been pretty dramatic here. Zamboni was an old Dobson pickup, wasn't it, that the fire department would fill with hot water?
It was, yeah.
Dick George comes from the man. Yeah, I think all pro hockey is a great program.
I have a question for the applicant.
Yeah, go ahead, Dominic.
Yeah, just out of curiosity, how many skaters or members do you see coming from the communities of Anderson, Cantwell, and McKinley Village?
There are at least 5 Coal Queens from McKinley Village.
5 quote queens from McKinley Village. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't speak to like where they're all from. I don't know of any from Anderson. I know from a couple from McKinley, but I can't tell you a specific number. Yeah, and then I can't speak to Cantwell either, but I know one that we support the high school program as well. So the Tri-Valley Warriors skate down at the rink, they practice down there and they play their games down there. So those kids that are from the outside of the community, which I'm not as in touch with, would be an example of people from outside of Healy proper that come down and there and skate. I can speak to some folks at Clear, since I work up there, that have actually come down and used the rink just to ice skate with their family. And, we talked skates that are available now for anybody to just grab and use. They've come down many different times, different people from Clear actually, to use the rink just to go skate, because they're not sure of the surroundings and what ponds are safe or whatever else. So I can say that we definitely have people from Clear coming down to utilize facilities.
Thank you.
I'm ready when you are, Dominic.
Yeah, I scored 90 and recommend full fund.
Thank you.
That'll bring us to the Healy Valley Lions Club.
Healy Valley Lions Club, returning applicant, $25,000 request. This includes power projects, and park improvements. And this is for the Otto Lake Park.
So I'm Vanessa Stone. I'm the Secretary Treasurer of the Healy Valley Lions Club. In these past few years, we've kind of revitalized the club. For a while, it was kind of we didn't have a lot of volunteers or club members, so we brought that back up. We have about 30 permanent members right now, and I've already had a few people from seasonal employees who are wanting to join the club. So we have a lot of volunteers willing to do a lot of projects. And so one of the things we've been focusing on is the Otto Lake Park. And pretty much all of our requests this year is in relation to that park. So this is definitely a park that's used by a lot of people locally in the borough, but also a lot of visitors who come. And we've had a big uptick in people who are using Otto Lake Park for their weddings. That has been a big thing for the past 2 years, and I already have 3 weddings scheduled for this coming summer. One of the biggest requests from those people doing events at the lake have been for power. So last year we asked for some money for 1 power pole. And we've already been talking with GBEA and have that one underway, and we'll have that finished with our July funds from last year. But we're also talking with, I've recently just contacted GBA and had a map of the area and talked with some other groups that use the park, such as the Chamber for their Blueberry Festival, about where some other power poles would be useful. So that's one of our main asks. And then we also, this year, if some of you have noticed that the picnic tables are getting a lot of wear and tear, and one blew completely across the pavilion and into the lake. So that's another of our asks, is to improve the picnic tables in the pavilion area, weatherize that. And that's all kind of part of the putting power to it all too, so making sure that it all is sustainable. And we also this year left the dumpster out throughout the winter at request from the community. And so we're also asking for help with some of those utility bills of keeping a dumpster out. In the summertime, we have the porta potties. We are working with the borough currently right now for a more permanent toilet solution there at the park. So we're also working on that, and so that would probably, that expense would go down once we have that permanent toilet in place. Let's see if I forgot anything. We have the picnic tables. Oh, and we also are looking at the beach itself. It's used by the community, and a lot of the sand has disappeared just from use and weather and the wind. And so we're looking at getting material to put sand and gravel down in the in that little parking area. And we have club members who are willing to do the labor work, so we would just be focusing on the material at this point. So that's what we have in our request, and if you have any questions, we're here to answer.
Thank you. Any questions? Where is the borough is involved in the toilet project?
We were working with Teresa, just trying to find an avenue for funding.
Okay.
Yeah.
She had applied for a grant. I don't know if we ever heard word.
Yeah, so it's a secondary grant, so it's not directly through the borough. It's just partnering with the borough for the grant. And we're looking at some federal grants and some other things that were available for recreation. So it's kind of partnering with what Teresa has been doing with the recreation in the community when she's done those surveys this last year.
Okay.
I may have missed it, but just in regards to the getting power there, you mentioned there's already been a poll that's going, like, where are you guys at with getting power?
So right now, there is no power at the lake, and we asked for funding last year, and we started that process already. But we were waiting for springtime, summer to finish that one with what we had a quote from GVA of putting that first power pole in. And it's increased. It was 6,000. Now it's up to like 7,000 for that initial pole. And also talking about whether it's going to go underground or over the road. So that will be, that first pole, that initial pole will be finished by July. And then we're looking to try to maybe get some power to the pavilion and then across to the other area where they have a lot of events near the volleyball court. And we could potentially come off of that power pole there. GVA said there's a few possibilities. We could either have the power coming from Black Diamond or from the other Premier project where they're working on over there. They have power at that Denali Outdoor Center as well.
But your goal is to try and get power there this summer?
At least one power pole, yes, yes.
Cool. Thanks.
Any public comment? Yeah.
Same thing. I mean, growing up a little guy, going out to the beach and with the Lions Club, to keep that place up was truly, really appreciated because we're down there all the time. So we like what they do and we appreciate all that they do. Hopefully we get fun.
It's the only beach Healy has.
It is the only designated public park in the Denali Borough also. Full disclosure, I help, but that is also one of the facts about the Lions. Got my name.
Okay.
Photograph
one
Sam
job.
on your side, please.
And Dominic.
Yeah, I'll score it 100 and recommend full funding.
Brings us to Kobe Farm Community.
Okay, Kobe Farm Community returning applicant, grant request of 8,000. That's the maximum for road maintenance within the nonprofit grant program. That's a change of maybe a few years ago. And so again, road construction and maintenance is the request here.
Yes. I'm Dorothy DeBlau and I'm a member of the KFC Kobe Farm Community, and we're ready to continue the improvement of Kobe Road. And we're looking to just keep improving it, and this grant will help us get started.
Any questions for the applicant?
I have a comment. On,
Public comment.
on the Kobe Road, that's really, that road is how you get into all the other roads. And it's quite dependent for the fire season and the way the weather's been going. I hope we don't have a fire season, but we do. And this grant where they're wanting to use the money is, we've been working towards this. It's their lowest area where the water pools in the springtime. And through the gravel development, and we'll be making a side area for that water to run into, because it runs from neighboring property and stuff, and there's no place to send it. And that way it cut down how high we got to get the road. The whole purpose of this from now on is raising the road above ground, the surrounding ground level. We pretty well got all the sides brushed for the whole road, Kobe Road at this point. Due to the fire, they masticated it, and it's now been degraded. And that's pretty well, that's KFC people, not grant money. It's, they took advantage of that before it started going back. But that's what the purpose is. We're trying to tie in all the areas, and this will be tying in another section. We'll pretty well have, if they could get the grants, they would be tying in the first mile to the property or section corner.
And this looks like mostly for a good chunk for equipment and maintaining that.
Right.
You guys have that equipment, or you should get it?
They have, the equipment's available.
We don't use any of this money for snow removal. We take care of that ourselves. We can't afford to put the money there into snow removal. It's, I spend hours on my dozer out there, and there's a neighbor past us that's been plowing past us.
That whole area, it's all people, snow removal, not just the road.
And I've been out there firsthand on fires, and I know there's been some improvement since a few years ago when I went out there, but it was in desperate need of road maintenance and construction. I halfway destroyed a fire engine just because of the conditions of the road, so I know where you're coming from.
We're hitting the worst spots first. I mean,
Yes.
kind of hard to figure out how we're doing it, but
It doesn't make sense if you were building a road, you can start in one end together, but
you only got so much in.
this and that, the roads that they're putting in Unana off of 10th Street, that just putting gravel on an existing road, that the drill going to the drill pads that the oil companies put in, they spent $330,000 just to put that 12 inches of rock on it, 16 feet wide. That's all they did. So there's quite a bit that accomplished for a lot less money.
Any discussion?
Other than touching on what I just talked to them about, I've been on responses to the Kobe area, and it needs it, not just for the folks that live there, but the responders that actually go there for medical aids, structure fires, vegetation fires, troopers also. So it's just the access without having that road maintained is, I can't really describe it unless you've actually been there, and I was thinking folks have.
This is not enough for my notes. Okay.
But that's my comment.
There's another comment back here.
Justin? Yep.
So I just want to remind you of the joint session that you had with the planning commission back in, what was that, October? Talking about the need for a road maintenance and improvement separate grant. We didn't have the time to actually put that grant into process for this grant season. But you have the power to separate out road improvement projects and road grant applications. You have the grants in front of you. You could separate this out as a separate budget item. So I'm suggesting that you consider taking all of these road projects and separating them out and not taking those away from nonprofit grants and other things that are truly needed in this community, but the roads also need to be maintained and improved. So Kobe desperately needs to improve their road. I don't think it's fair to balance that against a dentist and Healy hockey and things like that. So you have the power to just say, we're gonna have a separate line item on the budget. And for this year, even though we don't have a formalized road grant program, you can do that. So that's my 2 cents.
I'd like to make a rebuttal on that.
I don't think we can. Don't we have to have like a resolution and code changes and all that type of stuff before? Because I remember the discussion and I don't recall any really dissenting remarks about the need for a separate road program, if we will. But because of the timing of the workshop versus budget season, it just didn't happen. I don't think that we don't want it to happen. It just physically, there's only so many meetings in between then and now that it did not happen. Like I said, I can't speak for everybody here tonight, but I don't recall anybody really being like, no, that's a terrible idea. It's just we haven't had the time to develop that idea into reality yet.
And I don't think it's an issue for this round of grant review, given that there are no conflicts. We're not having to decide or weigh road maintenance requests for dental services, as we're under the threshold allowed by code. So
Correct. Good point. Yeah.
I think you got another comment? You got a
I have a
rebuttal?
rebuttal to this. Can I get you to help me hold this? So this is a fire map from last season. And sitting right here, you got Clear, and then you got Anderson, Clear here, Anderson. That fire was all the way down this side. Then it got to Birch Creek, and then that fire kept on jumping. It was across from the subdivision, getting ready to come into the Bear Creek subdivision and that other, I mean, it's another, I forget the correct name for it, but that was within about 3 miles of that subdivision. You guys had a fire within 5 miles of Healy. That was the first fire of the season. And our luck this time, this happened in August and we got froze out, and we're hoping. We were having 80-degree days, humidity low, anytime humidity near 30, we were below 30. But it caused, if it jumps, we don't know right now where you see this, but from here to the river, this is all big timber. If that takes off, then it can easily jump that river. And Clear, we have online here, Clear, we have Anderson. And the same thing, if it gets, if it decides the lightning to come this way, you guys are gonna be in just the same boat that we've been in here. Right now, the way the weather works, the weather likes striking here. That's where the cold and warm air meets. That's why it keeps on hitting in this area. But it doesn't have to hit here 2 times. One time it hit off the river, but we've had it twice over on by Anderson. And now this time, since being down here since 90, it's the first time I'm seeing it start going down south the highway. So this is to us a big deal to be able to get that equipment in. Because if that gets going and you get a wind behind it, 2 years ago when that fire, it moved 6 miles in about 3 hours. And that's what you're up to, but I feel this is just as important as, as other things here. This isn't just like a private road. That's, we have to be able to support the fire and the ambulance. Out in this, there's ambulances out there every day, and what he's saying, we hate sending them out there. Ambulances are quite fragile vehicle because of electronics. You don't like doing it, but you have to. There was 270 people in the fire. So that's what you're providing medical services for. Thank you.
I believe it was actually a brush fire engine that got beat up really bad just because of the road conditions.
Right.
And they're meant for that.
Right, so it's big concerns, big. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm ready when you are, Dominic.
Yes, I scored 70 and recommend full funding.
Thank you.
I'm gonna call a brief recess. And we'll come back here at 8:15.
10 minutes.
Press on. 10 minutes or so.
Good.
Rachel, if you want a bottle of water and sitting.
I will take one of those.
Okay.
They did make that change.
I mean, then they went away from it.
The other day.
Well, have a warm one. Yeah.
You want some water, David?
Thank you, that would be lovely.
Oh, he's already got
There's some money.
one. There wasn't.
Yeah, and it's this.
So you were the.
I know.
I just wanted to school, they got.
I have a few waters left. Anybody need one?
Yeah.
I saw, you know, it's 2-0.
I know.
Yeah, they're opening a second. And I would actually. Yeah, sometimes. But they're not. Shake out.
Right. Because I don't think that's what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
They did get money.
Well, they have, yeah. Running.
That's why I asked if you want to see something.
Oh, wait, this one.
They hire.
No, no.
So.
I know, that's what I usually know.
Just have to get a new one, you get a real address.
I don't know.
Sure. Did you get your house built last year or were you going to walk out? Raymond Smythe did that.
Yeah.
His family owns the property right to the west.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it does good work, though. Oh, did I already, oh, they didn't take these.
Yeah.
They gave them back to us. Those are all the ones that we filled out earlier. Done tabulating them, so
I have a question. Can I get it?
put them at the
Oh,
bottom
I
of your
didn't put
pile.
I didn't put the name on them. Okay.
Didn't?
I put my name, but I didn't put their name.
They figured it out.
Good.
Yeah, it's just up to us to figure it out.
Holy cow. I thought it took me a long time to read these.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not prepared.
What time's Three Bears close? 9?
I work at 6:30.
You work at 6:30 in the morning?
Mhm.
What time's it open?
7.
7? You can see I'm not an early riser. I'm more of a when's it close kind of guy.
Yeah.
Comfort will do that to you.
I don't think you'll make it on your way out today.
No, I was hoping to, and I was like,
You're
nope,
not.
it's not a.
Make it.
That's what I just texted the gal.
The gal.
Mhm.
Oh,
You're hoping to deliver.
Once this.
so
Little Mike goes long way over.
the
Yeah.
it's my understanding that they're like projecting several years.
You mean here?
Yeah. Like the plan, the rubric or whatever. I mean, I don't think they're doing it. They also inherited a rat's nest with very high expectations as well. Like a lot of
I know a lot.
volunteer hours and the rubber bands. The equipment was free to use. They have, finally, they have a realistic what it's gonna cost to do this.
They tried to
Yeah,
build, tried to
but,
get FEMA money.
the problem is that we have the-
Come through. We were working on.
At least we have-
6,000.
Which gives me
One
like
day.
very little.
And it's
That was-
little leadership that you can't do.
all of it.
One dead, and then they had.
Yeah.
Really made balloon, then they just, the lady that the girl was doing.
Yeah, it's a lot.
It's a lot, but contract in road, no matter who you pay.
That's why.
It's a lot. And if they're using the juice to amplify their impact.
Yeah, but
But I realized.
a lot of owners in there.
Yeah, that's my thing.
You know, I mean, look at them all.
Dave.
Participate.
I know we're trying
Of course, I mean, all state agencies, we got the bid.
They speak of a reason of money.
I hear you, but my dues up here in the corner
It'll be
somewhere,
a little bit different.
right here.
If they get to the road.
Barely covers the plow.
Right.
I'm not saying I'm opposed. That's my thing is that this would be a self-sustaining endeavor. I would happily pay twice as much as to pay for it.
I appreciate you, and I've
Also, because I'm so.
So it has 3 days.
I feel like
You get a lot of.
conscientious objector, if you will.
Yeah, someone hook us up.
Oh, I know. I'm one of them.
I
But
mean,
they're also a brand new thing.
right.
So of course they're gonna make me mad.
Then as soon as they figure it out.
Good. You know, every week's better than the one
There's
before.
like a lot of-
Like, you know, good, yeah, like, I know answers now. People
Right.
call me like, what about this? I'm like,
Right.
it's good.
Okay, we'll come back into order here at 8:15. Still on nonprofit grant applications, and next up is the McKinley Park Community Club.
Can I just say
Yeah.
something out loud for anyone watching online?
Yeah.
I keep getting notices that our internet is unstable. So the broadcast might get a little glitchy, but we'll keep trying.
Oh, they returned them all back. That's right.
Yeah, it is choppy, but I can hear what's being said.
Okay, good.
Okay, McKinley Park
Sort
Community is a returning applicant, request for $24,133. And this application is for some community events, utilities, maintenance and insurance. And again, they cover the building insurance. The fire department insures their assets differently. Okay.
And Dan on the screen.
Any applicants? Go ahead and unmute.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yep.
Okay, I'm also experiencing that choppiness. It just came up during the break, the recess, so we'll see if this works. Thank you. I'm Dan Ireland. I am the president of the Board of Officers for McKinley Community Club. It was good to see the assembly members a few weeks ago when you came down to hold your meeting at the community center. I'll use the time to just tell a quick story about why the grant program and the support of nonprofits has been so important to our organization and others. A little less than a year ago, we had a big, heavy, wet snowfall, or the snow that had been accumulating in late spring came down and took out our back deck of the community center. Not just a deck, but also 2 of the 3 egresses in the building went through that area, and it wasn't going to be an easy fix to just put up a staircase. We really needed to act pretty quickly, and we have modest savings, and we got through the worst years of COVID without having to dip too much into that. But this was a time where we needed to make sure we could build properly, and we were able to work with a local contractor to replace the deck, to do it right, to do it according to our specifications, and to do it fairly quickly. And they were able to fit that into, any local contractor has a pretty heavy workload in the summer. We were able to afford to do that because of the support that comes from here and through your support of our operating budget from year to year. And we just are very appreciative that we were able to have the building safe and usable for the community groups and even a few of the business groups that had been planning to rent the facility last summer. So again, thank you all for your support. And I'm happy to take any questions.
No questions. Thanks for chiming in.
Thank you.
Any public comment? And Dominic?
Yes, I scored 100 and do recommend full funding.
Brings us to neighbor.
Hey, neighbor to neighbor, relatively new applicant, just a couple years. This will be the third year of applying, $25,000 request. And this is for supplies to serve Denali Borough families, so including meal boxes, school lunches, and equipment maintenance expenses. So we have the applicant in the room.
I'm Mark Walters. I'm one of the board members of Neighbor to Neighbor. And so, when we started this originally, way back at the turn of the century, it was, Christmas. People at Christmas needed a little bit of help, and we thought the kids needed something under their tree, the angel tree. And really our organization has really kind of come a long way. Our mission statement is, we're helping our neighbors with food and other life-sustaining supplies. So you're thinking probably food boxes, and that's true. We have up to this last month, it was 35 people have received, 35 families received an Easter box for this upcoming Easter. But what we're finding is all ages are needing assistance, and we're finding, like in the schools, from Anderson to Healy to Cantwell, sometimes the food, what comes in the lunches is really not enough to sustain, a healthy body. And so we've been trying to supplement through, like at Tri-Valley, providing snacks with Sarah Walker, buying punch cards for different lunches. We've worked in conjunction with Kay Hockey to get purchase some food and get some food into the Anderson. And we're working with Wendy Thorne to get food to Cantwell to supplement something like in testing week. So there's snacks there and so on. So that's one thing. And also too, I don't know if you've noticed that Jackie Pierce is working to organize the seniors here in Healy. We'd like to work with her a little bit more closely financially and to support having the elders, not just in Healy, but maybe Anderson. I know she'll reach out to everybody, Cantwell and so on. And also too, this is the time of the year when we have fires, and when somebody burns out, usually we get the call. Or when somebody dies, we get the call. And we've talked to Bart at the bank, should we set up a fund through the bank to help, but we're finding we just run it through our organization, and the people have a quick turnaround time, and people that donate for these fire victims get 100% donation, off the top to help. And so recently we had one person burn out in Ferry. We had another person in the fall. We've had, a death last July. Still working with the Colby fire victims, and also different things. So where do we get our funds from? Hey, the borough, thank you so much. This helps fill some of the buys. A lot of times people donate canned goods. We have canned drives, but when it comes to the meats and the milk and the butter, sometimes, that has to be supplemented. And this is where some of your money went, that we did last year went through. Usability Foundation is a wonderful source of places that we just received money from the Good Sense program for a new freezer. People just in this community are generous if they know the need. We've been partnering with Railbelt Mental Health for different things this last year, and that's becoming a nice partnership. The charitable donation from the usability workers is wonderful. They've been matching, they donate on a bi-weekly basis, or bi-monthly basis, and usability matches that. So that's been a wonderful thing too. Thanksgiving boxes, angel trees, all those things. We provided medical transport expenses as needed. Limited fuel. We don't have a huge amount, but for example, one family was completely out. So what do you do? And we said, well, we can do a one-time fuel donation, but not on a consistent basis, but emergency basis. And also too, in the fall, we hauled about 15,000 pounds of, food from the hotels and the businesses, and then we distribute them throughout the whole borough. And that's what we want to do, is we want to have this be a whole wide borough program, not just Healy, but Cantwell and Anderson, Colby, Clear Sky. Because the need is there. When you go into Three Bears and you see the prices, it's expensive. And the people that we deal with are the people maybe that might be working at a preschool or might be working even at Three Bears. And I mean, the lower in jobs. And also too, I don't know if you've been following the paper. Food stamp, they call it SNAP, is months behind. And so for a while there, quite a few people were depending upon us because the state was not providing the service they should be. But that's slowly, they're slowly finding solutions to that. So do you have any questions about anything that you plan to use this money in?
No?
Thank you.
Okay.
Any public comment?
I'm trying to get my name on the list as many times as possible. Neighbor to Neighbor actually provides Healy Hockey. So I should go this way. Healy Hockey does a fundraiser for ourselves by doing grilled cheese lunches on Tuesdays at school. And Neighbor to Neighbor actually provides us some punch cards for kids that maybe can't afford a lunch or have forgotten a lunch. So Barb's been very generous with working with us to make sure that on that day, some kids can get, grilled cheese sandwiches as many as they want. So that's a really good program. And we've seen the other end of it, like helping distribute those boxes out and loading up all the buses and how it goes to all the communities and how many boxes we did. I don't remember, what was it, December 10th or whatever the day it was. And there was an army of people there. And I will say I was whooped after the end of the day with this money. And I wasn't there for the whole thing. They were, so they really do an amazing job. And, hopefully it's fun.
Just on a personal testimony level, it's also kind of unique how approachable Neighbor to Neighbor is. One of those things that you never think happened to you, you break your leg and you're on a cut income, and Winter doesn't care if you can put heating fuel in your tank or not. Personally, I have reached out to Neighbor for that one-time relief just to keep things going at home. And I know I'm not the only one. And as she stated, it's a lot of our friends and neighbors who are using this program, even if you're not aware of it. And if we can increase that to incorporate the whole borough more, I feel like that's even all the better.
I'm on the same line as you. I'm very familiar with you guys and Kay Hawkins and all the stuff she does for the community and who you guys help out. And it's just not the folks that are taking something. It's like the kids, the Anderson kids, they don't have the hockey, which it would be nice if we had that closer, but they like volunteering and they like collecting food. They like organizing the boxes and just being involved with something extracurricular other than just being a kid in Alaska.
It's always fun to have them.
So yes, I very much appreciate you guys.
Yeah, that's good. And Mr. Canali?
Yes. I do recommend, let's see, support 100 and recommend full funding.
Brings us to Pangini Creek Homeowners Association.
Okay, returning applicant here with the $10,600 request. This includes utilities, snow removal and some road maintenance funding up to that cap. And about some money to keep the well running, community well.
Any applicant online? I don't see who's on there. Any public comment? him up.
I do have a comment. When we were at the community center in McKinley Village last month, I noticed the water dispensing system, and they have that whole installed plan on keeping track and trying to be a little bit more formalized. If Pingini were to come forward with something kind of requesting along that line for their own purposes, as well as just the improvement of that building, that well house. Cause it is a building, like there's a fire purpose out there, right? Like it's a water station. So speaking of fires throughout the borough, but, I feel like if they were to bring something like that forward, I would definitely be considering it. Since they're not here, I can't tell them that, so I'm gonna say that to everybody else as a part of the record for tonight's meeting.
And bring it up at the annual meeting. Coming up in a little bit.
You can.
I
don't go
can,
to-
I can. I said I can.
Is everybody in this room from Pangunny?
No,
So do people use that well for water, warm water?
Yep, I have a tank in my truck that I haul from there.
That's all I'm looking for.
And it's available, there's no lock or anything, but a lot of people come in from outside the subdivision, that haul water to use it.
That'd be good, like you said, log it.
I mean, even if
Well,
they're
do that
selling
there.
summer passes or whatever the case may be out there, it's probably be ultimately beneficial to them.
Date it and time.
Brings us to.
Yeah, I scored 90 and recommend full funding.
And brings us to, mental health and addictions.
Okay, longtime returning requester here, $11,500 request for Rail Belt Mental Health and Addictions. This includes, rent for the Healy office and some utility assistance. I will mention, it's not mentioned in their application, but we did learn that they just recently hired a provider who's based here in Healy, and, I don't have, their title in front of me, but, understand this person is providing services in the school and then is available to meet clients at the Healy office.
Where is the Healy office?
It's
Just past the post office.
Yeah.
Okay.
The big,
Side street.
yeah, if you go past the Healy post office, it's the big double garage. Nice, I mean, they got a nice grass yard and everything.
I don't know the name. It's like a.
So you're saying they have someone coming down here now or not?
Their provider lives here in Healy. Yeah, and I don't have the title. I just learned this from Megan. The director, executive director, Megan Spencer, the last time I chatted with her.
I think they're trying to make a bigger presence in Healy. I know that they've provided with us with quite a bit of food throughout the time. I know Sarah said they just made a drop of some food at the Tri-Valley School. It helps us with our fire victim here recently. And, they're making inroads into the community.
Also, it's my understanding that they have a longstanding relationship with the school and the school district. So they are providing mental health services for the school students as well, not just us.
Because I spoke up earlier, it is also one of the ways that the school district meets their federal mandate. The children with.
Brings us to Tri-Valley Community Library.
Right? We have to go, Mr.
Oh,
Flynn.
Mr. McNally, sorry.
Yes, I scored 100 and recommend full funding.
Thank you.
I'm Cindy Green. I'm the library director of the Craig Valley Community Library. I'd like to just remind everybody what the purpose, the goal statement is of the library. And it's to provide all community members with the opportunity for lifelong learning by promoting literacy, by providing access to information, and offering programs for enrichment. Our budget request from you guys is mainly to keep the staff employed. To have viable staff, we need to have a decent wage for them because they only work part-time. And it's vital for consistency's sake to have the same people there. The library keeps going through librarians, me included. So our budget request, our great request is mainly for to pay our employees. We've asked for the full amount because we have so many little people coming to our story program once a week that on average, we have close to 20 preschoolers. And this including, that's not including the numbers of our homeschool parents that bring their children. And I'd like to get a separate program started for them. Because on average, we have 6 to 8 of those older students that should have the same library experience that you experienced as a child going to the library as a student in your class. Just because they're homeschooled, they should not be denied that access. So because of this, we've had to expand our young person area, and we rearranged the library. And so if you come and look on April 6th, you'll see a difference. We've got flowers growing, we've got an aquarium going in, and we're just really trying to make it a really quiet, safe, enriched area for everybody to come and learn. And so we need storage cabinets for our children, for our preschool supplies. And so the best I can come up with is a $3,000 cabinet. That's great, that we have to assemble to get it here. And because we have to have it locked because we're in the school. And so to keep things from growing legs, as quite happens in the public school, we need to have it mobile on wheels and it has to be able to move. So that's what I'm requesting. Any questions?
Thank you.
Is there gonna be a mystery theater? Is there gonna be a mystery theater? I know that that was a big part of the funding for the public library in the past.
That was
We
fun.
have such word that it's impossible to do mystery theater because it takes a lot of people behind the scenes to get that started. Our board is slowly growing. And so we're hoping maybe next spring.
We have an event coordinator too. When we hired Cindy, we offered another woman event coordinator. She wasn't able to join us at the time because of a personal issue, but they should be joining us. And that's what we're going to focus on this mystery theater, because that's a chunk of our funding.
Right.
It's a huge chunk of our
I'm
funding.
2 parts interested in the answer. Obviously, I enjoy participating as an actor in the mystery theater. If I am approached, I would not say no. However, I do
asked, I wouldn't
also
mind.
recognize the funding that brought in was right around what the asking is. And since COVID, we haven't done it. And as you just stated, it's been hard to start up again. I fully encourage that. I also would encourage the Lions Club to maybe offer some support, assistance, what have you, because that is largely how the public library had been funded in the past, and whatever we could do to kind of get that mojo back.
I did Saturday market last year for fundraising. I have tried to come up with monthly fundraisers. We did, the Denali quilters gave us a quilt. We purged a lot of our art drawing, the artwork. And so we did a silent auction. That gave us about $1,000. And the remaining pictures are going to be on our website to move those on. There's only 4 left. So every month I try to come up with something new as a fundraiser. So
I'll also add on, a lot of that funding for, Mystery Theater is from the silent auction, and we're in a very different world right now. First of all our contacts are different. And second of all, when we have contacted people for donations for a silent auction, we get, no, a lot of times. So while we did have a Mystery Theater raise a lot of money in the past, most of that money was through the silent auction. So we'll have to be creative. And we're hoping that this event coordinator that we'll have working with us will help.
And I'm also trying to raise funding for a bookmobile. So we can take our discarded books, not have them sitting around in boxes, put them in an old minivan or something on motorhome, whatever. I can take them down to Cantwell. I can take them into the park in the summer. I can go up to the Anderson Saturday market, and then do Saturday market here, just to get the books moved and to let people know that we are open in the summer. Just because we're housed in the school, we're still open in the summer, and we have a summer reading program coming in. And we're really excited about that.
Thank you.
You ready, Mr. Canali?
Yes, scored 100 and recommend full funding.
Thank you.
That'll bring us to Tri Valley Subdivision Homeowners Association Incorporated.
So $8,000 request, this is up to the max in this program for road maintenance, including snow removal. Applicants in there.
Thanks for joining us, Ms. Dench.
Hello. So, right now I'm gonna address some of the things that were said earlier in the meeting. Because amazingly, the complaints that were said earlier in the meeting are addressed through our road improvement plan that is part of our grant application. So, the statement that we didn't have a plan is true with the understanding of most of the members, because the plan has been developed since our last quarterly meeting. We had a road improvement meeting. There were 3 people there. We don't have a lot of people that have stepped up to be on the road committee. So today we can have another member on the road committee. So that's great. Another complaint was that the roads are too wide. Over the years, the roads have gotten wider for many different reasons, and so much of our gravel is out in the ditches. The road improvement plan seeks to narrow the roads, create ditches, which will allow for better road drainage, better water drainage, snow storage that's within the road wide right of way. Also, I attended the Complete Streets program that we had last week, and it talks about the psychological effect of having a narrower road makes you slow down. And if you've driven the subdivision roads, you have this kind of feeling, especially if you're in a small car, you're like, let's whip around these corners and try to, especially if it's like a little icy, you want to drift around the corners and just, the narrower roads will help reduce the speed and especially around the preschool. And so I think it'll be helpful. I want to remind you that there are 3 churches in the subdivision. They are visited by people from all over the borough. All of the streets in the subdivision are public roads. We have the preschool in the subdivision, so those are some things that I want you to keep in mind. We do have a plan for improvement now. We have worked over the summer to with lots of people from outside of the subdivision have come in to help us inform some of our ideas for improvement. And we have we've done a culvert inventory last summer. So we know which culverts are damaged, crushed, blocked, or functional or non-existent. We know the culvert situation, so that has informed our road improvement plan. We had a person who is a contractor with DOT help us with our estimates for our road improvement plan. And so we've got a lot of good information that has come into this plan. And we haven't made it public yet because we don't want to, we need to rewrite the plan with taking out a lot of the stuff that's in here, because we don't necessarily want to expose all of that information to a potential contractor that might bid on a job. So we'd like to just say, this is the job, this is what we want, please bid, but like in our plan, it has everything out there. So we'd like to not give them the answer that, does that make sense? Anyway, so our membership isn't fully aware of the plan yet, so that's why I heard some of the complaints that you heard. I'll take any questions, and I will go into more detail about the plan for the next portion of our ask, because it really goes into what we're asking for.
So the people are assessed monthly, quarterly, whatever it is. What percentage of the people don't pay or haven't paid, or how much is in arrears, or?
Oh, we actually have a very low percentage of non-pay. Last year, we had a much higher rate of non-payers. I think it's down to 2 or 3 people.
Good.
So we have a pretty high rate of people paying their dues.
Good. That's it.
I've got a question now.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't hear you address the comments made about under the current due structure, there's more than enough funds to cover road maintenance. The subject of the nonprofit grant application. Can you address why they would make such comments? I guess how would you respond to those comments?
Yeah, so the amount of maintenance that we need on the roads, we appreciate the extra amount to help us with our winter snow plowing, so that we can use some of our road funds to do summer maintenance projects. So that's why we're asking for the 8,000 to help with snow plowing in the winter, so that we can use a lot of our dues to help with summer grading and gravel work and things in the summer.
About how many lots on the map? Is it like 80%, 20%? Is there, how many people? Are they all owned lots? Are they for sale lots? Are they leased lots?
So there's 188 lots. There are, I don't know how many lease lots. There's not a lot of lease lots anymore. That number's been ticking down. The last I remember, it was like 11.
Okay.
Some of those lots are owned by Usabelli Investments. Some are, yeah, Usabelli Investments owns some of those lots, but they have houses on them that they rent out to people in the area. So,
Jensen, what's the average dues? Some people don't realize, that the dues that we've been paying haven't really changed in forever, like 40 years
right, the dues are 220 per acre
per year.
per year.
And this is.
And it hasn't changed. I've been here 15 years, it hasn't changed.
I think it was inherited from the railroad structure,
And
right?
we haven't increased those,
Right.
yes. And the comment was made, and it's a valid comment, yes, we could increase those.
Thank
Any
you,
other
Justin.
comments?
Thank you. Okay.
I'm ready when you are, Dominic.
Okay, I scored 45 and recommend $4,000.
Thank you.
Take a minute for the last one, but you want to wrap up this nonprofit section before moving on to matching grants?
Sounds good. Yeah, can I defer to you? Yeah.
Sound good,
Go through
everybody?
Proposed amounts.
Hmm?
Go through the amounts.
Yep.
Yeah.
Plugging in the max allowable, like your 9% and sort of use that as.
Well, in the past, it's been more consider each application on its merits, and this is different because often there would be an administrative recommendation that the assembly would be starting with. This is, so it's a totally different structure this year, and that you all are setting that recommended funding level that you're gonna carry into your budget. The max is mostly there as like, that's the guardrail. You can't go outside of that. But in the past.
There's some pretty consistent funding response though, as far as total amounts. Similar. Thank you.
COVID blips in there.
Sure.
Yeah. City, I thought was higher this year than relatively higher. So
The last,
we're doing better.
the last couple of budget years, we didn't have the income too, because it's a, you know, certain percentage of the total income from the Denali Borough's perspective. So when we had those 2 or 3 years where the tourists weren't coming, our
Revenues were down. Now we're flush. So it's
back up to
better
what
than it used to be.
we would historically have given away that.
And the code is 9% of the general fund balance, not 9% of our budget.
Correct.
It can be.
And it's as of a particular date,
Ah.
and I don't know the date. I think it might be January 1.
January 1.
Yeah, January 1st.
That's also when the forward funding number comes in.
Got it.
There's a
That
lot of
makes
different
sense.
components are built around that date.
So is, now are we, the idea is that we have to come up with like, there's only 2 that we have any sort of discussion about, right? So we should just talk about them, I guess.
I think so. I'd be fine anyway, going with unanimous consent on the other ones.
Does that seem like?
Yeah.
I'll start up the discussion, I guess. Let's start with the dental. I understand the no funding idea because it is kind of a new thing and whatever, although, you know, my inclination is to say, okay, this is something that, you know, we would really want to encourage in the borough, you know, as far as, and there seems to be a lot, I mean, there is a bunch of unknowns with this, since it's new and it's whatever. But it seems to me it's the kind of thing that as a borough, we should encourage. That would be my thinking with that. And I understand that there's some reservations and I would have some reservations too, but you know, this would be a really good thing if it could happen, if it actually came through.
So one of the things that I'll probably say a few different times from here till the end of our gathering tonight is historically, we've talked about having skin in the game. We're asking Aurora Dental Plus and Wellness to really invest in our borough, in the Denali Borough, in the Healy area. And it's a risk on their perspective as far as, is this gonna work? Am I gonna have the patience? Is it gonna be financially feasible? But also from a borough level to be supported. I feel like we have a history of supporting development. We have a need of dental hygiene and medical practitioner that you can rely on. And one of the things that struck out about Ms. Hansen's testimony was that this is like a one-time, get me started. She doesn't really intend to come back to our grant program regularly. I'll say, I'm not gonna say never, because you never know, but, and so they really are just trying to get the startup costs, get it done. And if we look at it as an investment with the return of healthier children, less time on the highway to go to the dentist, less time out of school to go to the dentist, for you, for work, I mean, you're really talking about sustaining the well-being and the will of the people. I mean, when we were doing the interrogation behind the interior community health, like we were like, well, you're not here, you're not here. She's been here 2 months in a row. She's had a couple different pop-ups and she's laying out her next 10 years basically for us to consider tonight. And I feel like that is a valuable thing for both I'm not gonna repeat myself during the next section, so keep that in mind. I was smart at least once today. But I do think we talk about having skin in the game, so it's not fair for us to ask for skin in the game if we, as a borough, are not willing to also put the gamble out there. Because she's looking at taking up one of three, lease commercial spaces. So if the first one comes, the second one's likely to follow, like you're potentially talking about a pretty rapid growth for the area. That being said, I totally understand because they're fresh off the press, applying for profits. We've been burned by a medical practitioner in the past. Like, I totally get where everybody's coming from, but that's my 2 cents. Or 5.
And again, I'm on board with both of you. And I look at it as an opportunity. How do we get you guys here? And the borough has to invest into the borough. I mean, it's not a chance, it's an opportunity. And that's the way I look at it is I want you here. I want a dentist here. I want to get a physician here. The community needs this. I don't like driving to town. I'm lucky I get to go to the base for a few things, but I still have to go to town, especially for a dentist. So I think it's great, and you're taking on a lot of the hard work by being the startup person that wants to get this established, which is the biggest piece of the puzzle. So it's like a business. You need an anchor store to come into the block to get the rest of the businesses to buy in, and I think that's a fantastic anchor. So I'm in support of it.
Yeah, I'm in support of it as well, for all the reasons that have been mentioned.
I think you guys make great points, and I agree with a lot of that I sort of struggle with in my brain is, for me, seeing it as a nonprofit is a whole different operation, and it didn't sort of, I couldn't see that pathway from a nonprofit, and I continue to think that it should be an entrepreneurial for-profit operation that's going to go in a building like that. To your comment, I think is great. Yeah, getting someone in that building could spur some development, but that building has been available for a few years now already, and not one person has tried to go with it yet. And so while I kind of struggle with that, it's, the fact I understand things have to get going, but at this point, if we approve that, the borough is funding and paying for to build that unit out, to pay for rent, and it's going to be closed 75% of the time that it's open. I personally would just like to see if we're going to put that funding into this operation, which overall I do think is great and would support that. I would just like to see, I guess, more of a permanent, immediate presence and a continued something to go from there. That's kind of my 2 cents on that.
I have a question. If it operates as a nonprofit, then actual profits made when there is a surplus of income after expenses are paid and accounted for, is a requirement that that surplus amount get reinvested back into the operation. Which, if that is the case, then I think that would create an environment where the facility and the services provided could grow, as opposed to profits going into somebody's pocket while maintaining the status quo relative to services. So if I understand the whole nonprofit organizational financial requirements, any surplus would have to be reinvested back into the operation in some form, usually capital improvements. Is that an accurate understanding? Can
Yes.
anybody speak to that?
I can, yes, that is correct. And when you do have, you're only allowed to have a certain amount of money in your nonprofit bank that could support 2 months worth of bills and utilities. And so with you, when you're getting more than you need, then you hire another hygienist that's full-time. There's one in this town that I'm already talking to, that she'll be able to be there all the time. And then if the nonprofit is making me enough money to hire me more than 1 week a month, then I'll be down here more. And not having to work at another office, so, you know, basically I'm working for another dentist to support my dream here, so if I don't have to work there, then I'm gonna be here. My
Right.
kids, I don't need to be home all the time.
I mean, I agree with you that it would be cleaner, maybe nicer in some ways, although maybe not as good for the community, and if there's some sort of sliding scale in this situation. To have a dentist come or a hygienist come and want to have a business, an actual business, but that hadn't happened. I mean, it just hasn't
I
happened.
mean, the timing of that building is also less than ideal. I mean, I know it's been empty and available for the last several years, but for the last several years, nobody's been investing in new anything. They've been kind of battening down the hatches and trying to make ends meet off of the new economy, I'll call it, for conversation's sake. So I hear you. I do, and I understand. I had a lot of the same thoughts reading over these applications for tonight, but you know, we gotta test it. I mean, at that point, maybe I don't know, some sort of clause of, you know, not to speak to you, but if like all of a sudden there's no availability, there's no this, there's no that. I don't know if there's any way to put some sort of a contingency or operational intent into the award, but
The other thing to think about too is just if you're looking at sort of the commitment of the borough is, you know, this is one component of it. There's a matching grant that goes along with it that seems to be, you know, they're tied together. You know, they sort of kind of both have to go to make it work, right?
Right.
That second grant is asking for the majority of the available funds. So there will be other projects that won't be able to go if we do support this on both levels to go through that.
I think we discussed that a little bit earlier with both grants. Approximately $24,000 of this grant versus the matching were the same monies that she was asking for. So that necessarily wouldn't be twice. You know, like if this one was, we took care of this grant here, that would be out of the 60,000, you take 24,000, so you're looking at $36,000.
So the second matching grant has now changed to 36,000?
It's because she's asking for the same thing.
Yes.
And that's 24,000, correct?
So one of them, only there's like, I think it says $8,000 or something. That is out. So
Yeah.
you take the $8,000 out. of
Okay.
the 60.
All right. I was looking at 3 different areas. That were the same. So you're saying it's just $8,000 would be?
Yeah, so the equipment purchase is, and that's the cap. It's $24,000 for shipping all the cabinets and the equipment. So
Okay.
that's 59. Supplies, that's 5,000. AED, life supports, 1,900. But the facility finishes is 8,339. That you could take out if I get the
Okay.
first grant. That's
Okay.
automatic out.
I may have been looking at other figures on that, but I was assuming it was more.
Okay.
Yeah, I would like very much for there to be a dentist and dental services, you know, available in town. I don't like driving 100 miles to get my teeth cleaned and all that. But I've never seen anything like this risky, you know, in a nonprofit grant application. Usually it's, how much work are we gonna do? We wanna see get done, and then you kind of know that's there, but this is a business, nonprofit business startup. And there's a ton of risk involved in that, you know, is outside of the scope of anything that I've seen. So I have a lot of just kind of questions about that. You know, these are kind of nonprofit, like operations oriented grants, and there is no operations. It's a startup. So I don't know how this kind of fits into, like, if it was a routine operation, if this was an, you know, an organization that has, you know, an operations plan, we can kind of know how that kind of fits into it. So that part of it is hard for me to see, and it's asking us to use these grant funds in a way that I don't think we've seen. A little bit with Kobe Farm Community, but that was pretty straightforward in that sense, where kind of a new organization formed, I think, to take advantage of these grant funds to be able to do, but it was doing something similar to other organizations that we were doing in other parts of the borough to, you know, achieve a public purpose on a right of way like that. So that's part of it, I guess. And for borough funds to be, you know, dedicated to an organization like this, it's like, some of the questions are like operationally, like, well, what is the commitment to the sliding scale? Like, what, you know, with Royal Belt Mental Health providing a similar service, it's like, yes, we're covering their rent and they provide services, you know, to the school, but I think in many ways, those are much more kind of publicly available, mandated by the state or funded by the state a lot of times to provide that stuff. So there's
It's sort of
a more public health, you know,
it's sort of a similar
aspect of it.
idea, though.
Yeah, I think it's
Right.
a similar idea, yeah.
Are you allowing other public comments at all?
I guess we can, this is kind of our assembly discussion here. But
And it was it was 8,000 out of the 25K that she originally asked for that was a duplicate, so.
So no public comment? It was an add-on to what you're saying.
yeah, okay.
I don't know, we
What-
suspend the
what you
rules a
were
lot.
mentioning it,
We
you're
suspend
saying- You're saying it's a startup, and it is to some extent, like, I understand it, but she also mentioned that she already has people who are using it and that she was planning to come anyway if she had to use mobile stuff. So it seems more like not necessarily startup, but to make it permanent. I just thought that's kind of what I got from the description. It didn't seem like 100% startup.
Right,
Well,
no, that's true.
The nonprofit is my startup. The free services are my startup. I have a dental business and I work in Fairbanks and I'm growing out here, but I can't get free services because I need to get paid because I rent a place here and I have a lot of,
So are you looking to run it both as a for-profit and a nonprofit?
out here, no, just nonprofit. Fairbanks is gonna be, you know, my for-profit until I'm completely over here only, and then I'm closing that.
So you mean by nonprofit, you wouldn't be doing any work for hire here?
For who?
Work in Healy for hire? Like if I come in and have my teeth cleaned, I would, normally I go to Fairbanks, I pay for that service.
Yeah,
So
you
what
still will
happens here?
pay for it. If it's, are you cash, then you'll pay it like a sliding scale. But people that have insurance will be helping keep the
So
business
you would
alive.
take people that have insurance?
Mhm.
Okay.
That'll help keep the bills running.
And if I can just ask, you know, one more time, Christina, just in regards to, I know we haven't gotten to the matching portion yet, but they do seem sort of tied in my brain. I can't separate them out. The question I have is if you're awarded the first grant, but for some reason not getting the second, which is all the equipment, is that still a viable operation for your nonprofit here?
It's probably not gonna be in the big building. It'll probably be in this building
Okay.
because I don't have the cabinetry or anything
Mhm.
to make it more. And then that takes away the facility for a med room and then a dentist.
And so how do we as an assembly then approach that? Because this first grant we're talking about right now is for build out of that specific place. So I don't know, I just sort of feel like maybe these are.
So I actually was gonna say a second ago, this is a informational, almost work session type event tonight, so that we're all in depth abreast with all the applications, all the questions, all this. But this does not become official until we actually pass the budget. So if we have reservations about this, we can put a placeholder number or even a blank and deliberate further through the budget season. Just, I was gonna bring it up as like a point of order so that we don't spend the rest of the night talking about the potential of this one entity. But these topics do not die tonight. Like, we will be talking about it in a couple of weeks at the meeting. We'll be talking about it at the meeting after that, which gives all of us time to do some of our own research or maybe contact her more directly to get, all of our questions kind of answered or even in a row. So it is not the end of this discussion, I guess, for the good of the order.
Could I ask you one question? Are you done?
Yes, thank you.
Given that, okay, so in this section where we're not constrained by the budget that we have this, so that's okay. But in the next section, we're almost 100 grand over budget with all the requests. So obviously things are gonna have to go from some of these. And being that yours is one of the big ones, like at what point would you feel that, what would be the cutoff point where you would say, oh, I just can't do this project? Say of that 60,000, well, minus the $52,000. Which is in the matching grant program.
Yeah.
Do you understand my question? Am I being?
Yeah, what is my cutoff?
Kind of, because I don't see, to be honest, I don't see us, we can't give all the money.
Yeah, there's only 75.
Yeah, we only have this amount, so you're not gonna get it all. What would where would you stand on that, Could you still do it if it was, say, $40,000 or something? As opposed to the requested amount?
Right, yeah, I totally could, because then I would just downsize temporarily
Right,
on what I need and supplies. I have some supplies
Right.
in my Fairbanks office, and I would just move it all over. I would just bring it every time I count,
Right.
what I need. And supply. I just didn't want, I just was like, this would be my goal.
right, right.
You have to cut the budget, and
Right.
then I saw all the other things, I'm like, well, it looks like I'm not coming.
Yeah, it's, yeah. Because, we're spending the borough, the taxpayers, well, not really taxpayers. We're spending the citizens of the borough's money, and we don't want to spend it frivolously.
That's a good question. Thank you.
But was that clear?
Basically, you're asking if we offer her partial funding
Is it still
of
gonna
the
work?
one.
Yes, are you still going to?
Right.
Yeah.
I got something to say here. Since we're mixing two grants now, the matching and the grant. And,
For context, yes.
yeah, so that now we're already starting to spend and adding up all this, and my comment is gonna go for the matching now only. I'm not gonna get into this part. But I bet we've been pushing to get it back where it used to be at 25,000 max, so it would have been 3 grants. And then if you had 5 people and if you decided you wanted to weasel them down. But when you go getting one big grant that takes the whole 75, it's just, we might as well just get the dartboard, and who shoots the best game is gonna get it, I realize you're deciding who's gonna do it, but it's like a one-shot deal for one person. We just got to go through it last year.
Yeah.
Now this is coming up on 2 places. We got two people here that are got a lot of money and they're asking for. So you got Tri-Valley and then you got, you know, this. And I was hoping, you know, through the summer, this message would get across, but it hasn't. So we're at this again, one person can take all 75.
And I remember you bringing that up last year. Yes.
We have had years where there was not, though, too. I understand what you're saying, sir. I understand what you're talking, like, per the letter of the law right now, the best application takes away the Easter basket, so to speak, right? But I guess in my opinion, that's what we're here for. And I know that's an operative gray area that you're actually trying to encourage us to get rid of, and I understand the duality of what I just said, but you know, we're a representative of you folks, of the Denali Borough. So at a certain point, there is a little bit implied like faith that we will make the prudent decisions as they come up. And this is, like Jared mentioned, the first time something like this has kind of come to us in the last, I mean, he's been here longer than me. I've been on this chair for 10 years. So part of why we're discussing it broadly like this is because it's not happened before. And the DeBlaus, you guys, when you guys brought the road project to us, we did the same thing. Very open, very comment friendly, very question, feedback, this and that. So I would say don't lose hope in us yet, sir, but I think that these questions are relevant to the discussion. As Mr. Stanfield mentioned, these two are closely tied together, if not very relative to each other. So that's kind of where the blurring, I feel like, is coming from more than.
I mean, it's driving me crazy what you're talking about now here. Like, if you're gonna start up a business, you've got to do some homework on that. You're gonna get some really smart people to help you. Is this gonna fly? What percentage chance is this gonna have? This can all be figured out. You know, and it really isn't the borough's job to figure out if this is gonna, you're gambling that it's gonna fly. Where you could mathematically and expert people looking at this.
Well, the difference though also is that, you know, this is a nonprofit, right? This is just not a business that we're investing in. So
Well, it
this
kinda
is,
because that's why I asked the question, are you a hired gun or not? And if I come in there and I'm gonna use my medical insurance, then I'm gonna get charged for it. So
Yeah.
there is real money coming in this.
just
and
the
it's got
same way,
nonprofit
just the same
side.
way as,
It's like two different,
no, it's just the same way as, you know, getting the medical insurance to pay for the ambulance that we're doing. It's the same thing. So the difference is though that, you know, she's not making, this is not a for-profit enterprise. And so that's why it's in this forum.
And
And there's IRS oversight to ensure it is operated as a nonprofit.
Can you repeat that, Dominic, please?
I said there is IRS oversight to ensure that it is operated as a nonprofit. If they file the paperwork and they're granted the status, then IRS will be watching and making sure that any surplus monies are reinvested back in appropriately per IRS tax law.
Just to address two of the things you brought up real quick. Last year, as far as what they're applying for, as far as the grant monies. Last year, there was one entity that did go for the larger sum, and we did go, hey, you get this, and I believe it was Kobiak got partial of that also. So it doesn't necessarily mean you put in for 75, you're gonna get 75. So that can be broken
right.
down.
Well, let's straighten that out. We got 10 out of that, and then, and that was, and the reason we got 10 because someone spoke up and she acknowledged that she could survive with 10 down. There was not much talking about it. Finally, someone on the borough spoke up, and that's what caused
And
that.
that does set a precedent, so that can happen, and I know what Ms. Sapone was talking about, if there's 75 available and you limit that person to 25, what happens to the other 50 out there? So it gives folks the opportunity to actually put in for that grant to cover that situation if it happens. But it doesn't necessarily mean the one person is gonna get 75, one's gonna get 60, because that's just not possible. There are other options. And to address your other question about a business or nonprofit, I look at this just like you would a fire department. We talked about the fire department. That's an entity that's nonprofit. There may be a stipend for a fire chief. I believe a stipend for a fire chief is one of those. That is available. So if there were to hire people that were professionals that would be getting paid, it still remains as a nonprofit.
Just the same as the,
Question with the IRS.
as the rail
There's
bill.
a Already set of rules and he actually said too, if she chose a profit, then she's got to burn the profit.
Right. And
So that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the one that's got the slap to it if you're misappropriating money.
I appreciate everyone's comments. I'd like to maybe move to continue on this matching or move on to the matching grant, and we can sort of table this for the future, as you mentioned, because that's something.
I mean, I think we can,
We want.
whatever, do the full slate and put a question mark by that one or
Yeah.
whatever.
Let's do that.
I mean, do we,
Kind of goes in, what we want the mayor to put in his budget that we see next
Right.
month, right? It's
You
kind
could
of,
go, I see you could go one of two ways. Go through the matching grant since you've identified the link. Don't pause on the amounts right now and come back through and do all the amounts at the end.
Okay.
If you'd like. That sounds good.
although given that we have, room in the budget for this section here, it's kind of easy just to say, okay, I mean, at a certain point, do we just vote on it?
Next meeting.
I mean, this is a special meeting.
Yeah.
So we can, if we want to set it with a motion, we can, or we can just table it to the next meeting. Like
Well,
it's,
we do
it's up
have
to
the
us.
money in this budget here for this, we do have the money. Contrary to the other one, we do not have the money.
Right.
The options are
Right.
actually here, not in the matching. Is the way I look at it.
I would say easier
Lesser,
here,
lesser
easier here,
options.
easier here than,
Yeah.
In the matching, yes.
it's not direct competition or whatever. I think it is.
So I would say I'd make a motion to take a vote on this and see whether it should,
Vote on what? Fully
on
funding
the,
all of
whether
the.
fully funding, let's just go on this one item. And all the others are agreed upon, except for the final one. Right? Like just vote on the two that are unagreed upon, well, vote on this one and then just say, okay, this is it.
With the knowledge that it will be debated again.
Yeah, we can still,
Budget documents are presented for review and consideration, so like. Ms.
I mean, it's
Fung
not the
said,
fun-
that, we have more time to continue
Right.
debating.
but we would at least get through this.
Yes.
So I make a motion that we vote on the granting the full $25,000 request for Aurora Dental plus health and wellness? No,
And health and wellness.
yeah.
That's health and wellness.
Yeah.
Second,
Okay, moved by Mr. Alexander and seconded to fully fund Aurora Dental Plus. Discussion?
Or just friendly reminder
all I'm saying,
that if this goes forward with a yes for the full 25,000, it is not a
not the
guarantee that it
final.
ends up at 25,000. Just
yeah, we're acting as a
All in-
grant
all in-
committee right now.
All in favor, show of hands? Opposed? Yeah, motion passes 4-2. Now I'd entertain a motion to deal with the rest of them.
Down to
or-
the other
Or no, the
dissent.
last one, yeah.
The last one is the contested one, right?
Crater Valley HOA.
Yeah, I contested, I guess, my reservations there are twofold. One, we're getting into the road maintenance business and that slippery slope that we've cautioned against for a few years now. And the other reservation is just how the term dues are being used. And it seemed, based on public testimony tonight, that under the current due structure, there's money to cover maintenance costs. And so I question just how that money that they currently have is being used, and should we be subsidizing road maintenance? But I'm willing to fund full under this request, under the same caveats as Aurora Dental and Health and Wellness, and we can move on from there.
And so then you would say we'll come up with a different number when it comes to the matching part.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah. All right, then,
So we need that motion. Is that?
make a motion to fund Tri-Valley Subdivision HOA Inc. at the $8,000 level.
I guess I would maybe just recommend we just,
Do them all?
I think, after the first one, we'd just be doing all of
Alright.
them to the requested amounts.
Okay, then, make a motion to
Fully funded.
fully fund all the requested amounts in the
Nonprofit.
grant nonprofit, what is this one called? Grant applications.
I'll second his motion.
Okay, moved by Mr. Alexander, moved by Mr. Alexander to fund them all. Make at least one person happy in the back there. And seconded. Any discussion? Anyone opposed?
Do it.
Okay, motion carries. And we'll move on to matching grants.
And that was with no opposed or?
One opposed.
With one opposed, okay.
Maybe two.
Well, I didn't even know we were raising hands.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
We can make two opposed.
Two opposed?
Two opposed.
Okay.
Yes.
So back to where we were. Discussing.
Now the fun begins.
Could I pause? May I?
Yes.
Introduce the program a little bit, just for a
Please.
second? Okay, so to differentiate, we had the nonprofit, we just went through the nonprofit grant program. Supplemental funding to provide, to nonprofits to provide programs and services that benefit citizens of the Denali Borough. Supplemental funding, that's a key word, it's baked into code, that's the idea there. We're in great discussion and great public input here. We're moving to the matching grant program. It's, the guardrails are different, it's capped at 75,000. It used to be capped at a number of applications, and there may have been a dollar amount. But that's, it's a small part of what we do. And it has funded a variety of projects over the years. Some have been very successful. Some organizations have been very successful over the years, but given the limited amount, it's not designed, road funding. At the origin stories of the matching grant program, there were no road projects. It was supplemental funding, for road maintenance and snow plowing through the nonprofit. So the roads that's a new thing. The purpose is assist eligible nonprofit organizations by providing grant funds for specific local projects that will benefit citizens of the Denali Borough. So I just wanted to kind of frame the discussion. We are limited in our means, and that's just the reality of the, our founders and our structure. And so we have to be judicious with our funds. So in that sense, we have a proposed scoring guide for you all to use, much like the last one. I'm happy to introduce the applications, or we can just jump right in. There's only 4 of them. Would you like a brief introduction or just get right?
You go, man.
Okay. First up, Aurora Dental plus Health and Wellness, $60,000 request. This, this shows a match. So again, they need to show a 20%, minimum 20% cash match towards this project. It is on a reimbursable basis. So, so the budget is broken down in the application. This is for equipment to set up the office has been identified. some supplies, and facility furnishings, which it sounds like is negotiable based on the other grant. So I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay.
Mr. Zimmerman.
Applicant comment? Anything specific to the matching grant?
Well, I need budget numbers and I could work at 40, 35 to 40.
Okay.
Putting in my own 15 to 20, so.
Okay. Thank you.
Then you said the other spot would be if you were to bring less initial supplies or,
Yes, I was getting the first one.
right,
And big expense.
Yeah.
but This did some numbers, and if I did get the 35 and 40, I could still use my dream job over there.
Okay.
Or, yeah, that's a big office. Well, it's not big, it's 480 square feet. It's still big.
Are we taking public comment?
Yes.
sure.
Two non-road projects. That's less than 75,000. If you had a road grant program, you wouldn't have road grants in here. So if you just looked at the non-road projects, you could just fully fund those, and you have the power to separate out the road projects with the understanding that next year you'll probably have a separate road grant program. You could do that this year. You could just say, let's make a separate line item on the budget to fund these matching road grant applications. So you could do that. You could just say, let's just separate that out and do that through your budget magic.
Budget magic. I think the
And
best
we
part of
will
budgets
fund
is they're inherently not magic.
These projects, the projects that should be in the matching grant program.
Yeah. I don't know, I guess just to respond to that comment, I don't see a vehicle in our budgeting process to spend money on roads that they're not ours. Like, we need the nonprofit vehicle because they're not our roads. You know, we didn't build them, we don't have ownership of them, like, there's the liability. Like, the nonprofit is the way that we, you know, funnel that money into those road projects. So they serve a function, they carry out the projects and all that other stuff, so. If we're still gonna give grant money to the nonprofits, like, it's still part of that 9% cap. You know, cause we're still giving that money to the nonprofits to do that, so it's. Outside of the matching grant program, but we'd still be giving the money to the nonprofits, so. Then we bump up against that 9%, so that's how I see that.
I mean,
You know,
wouldn't we have
conundrum.
to?
We don't own the roads, we
would
can't
have
do a
to-
capital improvement.
Right.
On roads that aren't ours.
I mean, we would have to change the code to make,
Oh, definitely.
And that's.
and that's something beyond this point, right
Well, it's
here.
also not something we're doing before the fiscal year budget is due.
I mean, it certainly is something that we're gonna have to deal with when, you know what I mean?
I have a question and clarification really. So I know the wording in the HOA says the roads are public, so they are public roads, but owned by HOA, and I was wondering how Kobe's was written. Are they public roads?
That's public roads.
I'm wondering if that makes a difference, because they are written in their, defined as public roads in those documents. And my other question is, last year, they talked about the Denali Visitor Center and took that off of the nonprofit line items and put it into the budget somewhere else. And so you have done that before with something else.
Right.
That was an MOA.
With
No, we
due
think it's a
process.
marketing part.
Yeah, destination visitor marketing. I think to speak to kind of the powers, like with maximum local control and direction from DNR in the last few years that we have management authority over rights of way. The state would like us to take on as much responsibility as we're capable of and willing to. The ownership of the roads, I think in my mind, if it's a public road, it's owned by the public. The public has a right to be there. And we, as the local government, are the managing authority of that interaction in that public space. And so we're grappling with how to fund big projects through a program that was not designed for these big projects. I respect and understand that we probably do have the wherewithal to just create line items. It's an administrative lift. And then it takes management of that because we have stipulations in our grant program and we would, if we removed this funding, we would remove those guardrails or those, the rules, and we would have to create those in real time. So while I understand the need, the demand is there, and I would rather it be done through a deliberative process, but with standards in place so that all of the organizations, the public knows what to expect when they enter that public right of way. And that's a big question to be defined.
Well, and if the finances to take on that level of managerial authority is huge. And fiscally, we're not prepared to do that under our current tax structure, which is the bed tax, alcohol and marijuana. That's it.
Severance tax.
And severance tax. But you get what I'm saying, right?
I get what you're saying, yes.
So I
Yeah.
go back to, when we had our forums prior to November's election. And, questions were posed. Are you in favor of growing government? And I think everybody pretty much said no, because we're not fiscally prepared to do that. And here we are debating growing government to take care of roads. And that is, that's a slippery slope that would create a whole, and then you're talking property taxes and other sources of revenue generation to cover that responsibility. And I don't think anybody wants to go there.
No, nobody does.
No.
And we're using the method of funding nonprofit organizations to do these things so that we share the responsibility with those and we give them our small bit, but it's really, and we want to encourage them, but we're not taking on all the responsibility.
I mean, I see it as we leverage like all the volunteer hours
Right.
that the nonprofits and community organizations, the matching funds, yes, but just the administrative hours that they put into that are not borough staff,
Right.
our
That we just
our
couldn't do.
employees that. Yeah, I mean, not within, like Dominic said, within our current structure.
I got a comment.
Yeah.
So I understand what you're all saying, and you've been skirting this for quite a few years, and you keep on talking about putting in a subdivision yourself in here, like off of Ignite or another piece of property. You are gonna be stuck with roads at that point. You are gonna be setting standards. So I realize that's down the future. This is something that is not gonna get away from you. You're saying you can't get your head around it, or you don't have the powers and stuff. Somehow that property is gonna stay vacant, nothing's gonna happen, or you're gonna have to do something to be able to acknowledge that. Now with these grants, we have a limited amount of property around here that people can own. And these grants do provide through the back door, whatever you want to call it, by small amounts of money, eventually a road gets put in. And then if you got Tri-Valley, if they can't maintain it themselves, you got a whole bunch of people that work here and live there I mean, that's something between the borough and them that you gotta work out, but it's. There is no good answer, but definitely the grants help. Even though small, they help getting a road going where people can use it. And this problem, if it's, like, when that was brought up, most roads are public use. Only time they're not public use, if each one of you own a piece of property and you do not grant access by your road, then it's a private road. And so Marcia needs to give you guys a talk. I'm hoping she can do that, sometime and kind of like it, because right now I know in this borough, there are subdivisions in here. Some have public roads and some do not. And that can cause problems when you have this mix.
Well, I
But,
mean, for
that's
instance,
something that you need, I'm done now, but that's something that you gotta start thinking about.
And we are
Yeah.
discussing
right, kind of.
mental nonprofit.
Yeah, although I will say.
It is a little intertwined with
Right.
road
I
maintenance.
need to have that road plowed to get my teeth cleaned.
Right. Yeah,
Or having poor roads is really gonna increase the cost of dental care in the borough if you're driving too fast down my road. Yeah. Job security for teeth replacement. So on, I would like, we're gonna get to the other grant application, but if you have something on dentists, let's do that, but
yeah,
I would like to do that and then at least address all the applications. And then we will have this decision of how to decipher it.
right.
So anything specific to this application? Let's do that now. Oh, got a stack of these in front of, I better keep numbers.
So we're doing our little things here, right?
Yep. We'll get tallied while we talk hockey.
Cold Queens are going to Anchorage.
Ready when you are.
Yeah, okay. I scored the application 95 and willing to fund it at 35,000.
All right, Healy Hockey?
Wait.
Did we do it? Did I get it right?
Oh,
You're not
I'm
done
still
yet?
doing this one.
Oh, you're still doing
Sorry.
Oh,
I didn't know I'm slow.
What'd you do all afternoon?
How about-
I mean-
I was talking and thinking.
Yeah. look.
Okay. All right, I'm done that one.
Okay, Healy Hockey, the next up on the list, $14,000 request, the breakdown, including the committed match. The budget's on here. And this would be for additional facility improvements on the rink supplies. Sure, we got some commentary.
Mr. Haugen.
So I just need to clarify the difference between our original grant, which did mention some maintenance on there and this particular matching grant. So the maintenance that we talked about in the nonprofit grant really is just kind of like the day-to-day maintenance that happens. If you think of the puck boards, the screws that go in to keep the signs up, or the plastic sheeting behind the goalie nets. That's what that maintenance is about. This is, and we do mention some locker room maintenance, but it's really just kind of like the day-to-day things to keep the locker room up, the replacement of light bulbs, things like that, if you think of that way. This matching grant that we're asking for, the 14 grand, is really to do the repairs that are really needed inside of the locker room. So I'll just start with the door repairs themselves. So we had a contractor come out and take a look at it because, you know, we'd have to get volunteers that are true carpenters. And from time to time, that isn't gonna happen. So the door, starting with that, what the contractor found out that the door frames themselves are shot. You know, if you take a 2x6, 2x4, it is just twisted over time. And so now when you close the doors, or I've shimmed them over the years to try to keep them alive, it just twists the whole thing. So really, we need to rip down sheetrock and then replace it with 4x4 posts and so on and so forth. So that's the first thing. The other thing is the, if you look inside the locker room right now, there's holes in the drywall from just sticks and pucks and things that have happened over the years. So we're gonna replace that all with this ACX product, which is a much more durable product, so that, you know, like the high school teams that come in after the games, and you're just not gonna bring their sticks in, even though I had my signs up that say no sticks in the locker room, it won't punch through the walls and go through there. Also along that line, it'll take care of all the sheetrock and the mudding. The high school locker room is in desperate need of just repair. We patched it with pieces of drywall over the years. It really needs to be redone. And it's not just an aesthetic thing, it's becoming a safety thing too, because now we can actually see into the installation and other things like that. So, that's the bulk of the work that's gonna be done. We also have two other things that are gonna happen with that, matching grant, which is, we get a really bad septic smell that happens down at the rink at the certain times of year when it's really cold. And what we had the plumber come in and look at is that we had two different size venting pipes, and one of them was not to what would be cold or proper venting for that. So that one freezes up. Luckily, it doesn't cause the sewage back up, but then we do get the vapors and the smells that kind of ruin the experience when teams come down, especially for the high school hockey game, which are kind of our big draw. So that's the other one. And then the last one is to build, have this contractor build an insulated box. We do get well freeze ups, just like probably other people experience, but we need to get an insulated box over the well housing. That's truly properly built with really good insulation in it. And then when we put our lamps down in there, it'll actually keep the heat retained and then put on the freeze up so that we don't lose the sand. So I just wanted to explain the difference between our normal maintenance in one and then what we're asking for in this one, which is a targeted, you know, review, especially like focusing on the locker room. Thanks. And I'll answer questions at the end.
Any questions?
So you can get rid of the smell, you get a lot more hockey players happy, I can tell you that. Something about breathing through your mouth while
That bad.
it's bad.
Worse than hockey players?
Worse than hockey players, because you know what it is, but not the stinkiest of hockey players, no.
Public comment? Okay.
I'm ready when you are, Dominic.
Okay. Application scored 90, funding recommendation, 14,000.
Oh, I would have passed it to you. I took it right from here too.
Nice to stretch my legs.
Good, all right. I don't wanna.
I just say I appreciate all your time. Have fun with the evening.
All right, thank you. Yeah.
Chair, if I can just say something out loud for anyone watching online. I typically schedule our meetings to end at 10 because we don't normally go till 10. And so if the broadcast stops, I will try to restart it on YouTube. I might have been smart enough to do extend it an hour, but I can't remember. So if the broadcast stops, check YouTube and I'll try to restart it.
Right. And if anybody wants to comment now before it turns into a pumpkin? If you're on the Zoom call, go ahead and unmute yourself and chime in.
Oh, excuse me, he's sabotaging my vote.
Oh, it's just a YouTube broadcast. Okay.
Yeah, right now.
No points for Healy Hockey from his phone.
No. You can email us or call the office at 683-1330. If you have anything on your mind, you're not having a chance to share. All right, that brings us to Colby Farm Community grant request.
Oh, that was fast.
KFC Farm Community is the $24,000 request. This is to, as we've heard, pay for equipment time to make road improvements to Kobe Road.
Yes, Kobe Farms Community does request $24,000 in funding to cover that cost of the equipment and the different projects that will be going on this summer. And I want to tell you, we have a good support from our members, and they're, you know, they will help us make the match, and they support what has to be done there. And we have a good contractor who really leads the whole work there. And this money, this 24,000 is needed to get more done. And it's not cheap. So the request for full 24,000. Thank you.
One thing, we have 10 members. You know, $24,000, that means we come up with 6,000. And, you know, 6 of us are couples. That's $1,200 coming out of a household if we do divide it up. I know the first year we got 24,000, and Frank and Sean Walker, they put $3,000 up right away, and they've been fighting that road since the '80s. Why? I have a question. Why did they change the maximum what you could get from 25 to 75?
The maximum has always been 75.
Well, that was the maximum for all the grants.
It was $325,000.
But it was $325,000 grants, so it has always been $75,000.
75 stayed the same.
Right, what we did was we opened it up, so on the years that we didn't have any big projects, or we had more than 3 entities that wanted to apply, we were able to disperse that money beyond just 3 applicants.
Right, I remember that.
To the tune of the $75,000, that has never been changed.
You could always ask for $75,000.
Not in an individual grant. There was a cap of $25,000.
Why did that get changed?
It's
because we had a couple years where we only had 2 grant applications and people could have used more money than 25,000, I think. So it was like, we weren't spending that full 75,000.
And there were
That's my
other years,
recollection.
and there were other years where there was 4 or 5 applicants only requesting like $58,000-$60,000. So if you only award 3, then even though our budget is for the $75,000, we're basically turning away, 2 or 3 applicants, even though the money was there.
I'll just bring up too, that 75 is a fixed number. It is not adjusted for inflation. So that meant a lot. It was a different number in 2015, 14 than it does. Yeah, it doesn't go very far.
We built my undercarriage for half 3 years ago.
Pre-COVID.
One point of clarification I was hoping to make is you all don't have any gravel purchase included. Is that because you're taking advantage of the?
after going through all this, dealing with the state, we're in a right of way that's, what,
300 feet right away.
300 foot right of way. And, we're pulling the gravel out of the right of way, and we limited our depth because, then we try to pull gravel where we got to get rid of water in the spring runoff. And after they get done, you know, really, when they set that up, they should have had a gravel supply, you know, designated. They didn't do that, and they did a lot of things wrong in that particular one. They just put the plot map down, said where the roads are gonna be, and you're on your own for the gravel. So that's how we get the gravel. So in this here, the road is all graded where we wanna put the gravel, and the gravel, our haul distance is very short, so we can until we hour out the equipment, you know, in the rental time, it's going straight into gravel. And the members, their last meetings, the only thing they asked for is one thing: gravel the road. And that's the direction from. So that's what we're doing. That's where we're getting the gravel.
Thanks for that. And I wanted to
Like
just,
Stampede Road, when you had the melt and you had the lake there and you had to build that up. We got that out there, you know, and now by excavating gravel off the side of the road, that water can go in there. It's worked on the one closer to the highway, and then we're gonna get channeled into this other one here. It's, you can put all the culverts in you want, but if you're in the dip, it's not gonna go anywhere.
and I just wanted to clarify that my understanding is the state has offered up to 5,000
Right,
cubic yards at no charge out of state pits towards public work that's done in public rights of way. So that's available to any nonprofit.
So hauling from the state pit, time you get the truck time, and the truck fees are going up, and the fuel's going up. It costs about $30 a yard time, you know. The truck can make. Where we're going now, you won't make 2 trips an hour. So, you know, you got 20 yards there, and you got $150 in the truck, just renting the truck with a driver, and then you can see where it's going. In this other place, we're taking that same truck and we're hauling, you know, in a day's time, you know, in about an 8-hour day, we can almost hit 30 trips. There's a big difference.
Cost of gravel of $5, it's not the big cost, it's the moving it.
Sure.
Spreading it.
I've got a question. Does this grant proposal sort of complete that project for you guys?
No.
What would be the generally ongoing support that you need to complete this?
Well, they're putting like $500,000 a mile on that road there in the Nenana salt check or whatever that new thing is down there. The new ag project. They're probably, you know, we're doing it for a lot less than that. I don't know how much we've used so far, maybe $100,000. But it was, you know, you'll see us here for I don't know, till they haul me away. $25,000.
What's, if we got the, you know, both correct, we got the 8,000 and we had the full 24 on this, that would be an equivalent to over 1,000 yards we could put on that road. And then, and we're putting it roughly a foot thick, so, you know, if you're running, you're getting about 15 feet for a 12-yard load. So, you know, you take that out and you're pushing that road out quite a ways.
Sure.
So 1,000 yards, you're looking close to 1,500 feet of road that we'd get gravel on it. And that's why reason that the people are wanting the gravel now. once it rains and that's mud, then it goes to mud and then it's sticking to the car and then if it rains enough, you're putting ruts in it. Then if hunting season comes and it's raining, then they destroy the road, then you're back to grading again and getting the gravel on, that gets rid of that problem. The hunters, nothing, it doesn't hurt the road at that point. Other than wear and tear. It's, putting in 1,000, 1,500 feet, that's a big change.
I'm ready when you are.
Okay, I scored the application 55 and recommend funding at 12,000.
We'll bring this to Tri-Valley Subdivision Homeowners Association.
$75,000 road building request, and this is for gravel and culverts, road equipment and labor. Okay.
Okay, I mostly wanna, explain the road improvement plan. We have 8 projects on there. The projects are, the reason I gave you the entire road improvement plan is so that you could see the different projects, the different costs for the different projects. I've basically asked for funding for the first 2 priorities. And I want to explain our priorities. The priorities are set so that we are looking at water drainage and trying to mitigate water drainage for the lowest lying problem areas so that when we change the water drainage for more upstream areas, higher elevation, is not going to further exacerbate the problems downstream. So so in the subdivision, there's basically, and most of these projects are in the north side of the subdivision. That's where most of our problem areas are. The south side needs work, but it's not nearly the problems that the north side is. So the north side of the subdivision kind of almost has like a crown in the middle, which you can't really tell when you're driving around unless you're a road person, because I didn't notice it. And I'm not a road person, but the DOT contractor that talked to us explained how to the east, it all runs down, obviously towards the Nenana, and to the west of this little crown, it basically goes down and goes to Dry Creek and then runs to the Nenana. So on Graphite, which Graphite is the road that goes by the Catholic Church, and then there's there's 2 fourplexes at the end of that road. And then there's another cul-de-sac that goes off. Anyway, that basically collects all of the runoff and meltwater from that northeast quadrant of the subdivision every spring, and it just has no place to go. So it creates a lake on Graphite every year. And then if we then fix the problem areas on Carbon Way, which is the road from the school down to the Tipple corner, that goes back to the spur road, then all of that water is gonna go to Graphite as well. So we wanna fix Graphite first, put in 2 culverts and raise the road using pit run gravel, which is the cheap gravel. We wanna raise the road, narrow it, so you create, ditches and water courses for drainage. And then after we deal with the water drainage, and then drain all of that water down into a, there's a vacant lot with an old playground, over there. And so we can drain all that water down into there so that all of that runoff has someplace to go, and then we can fix the more of the problems. So then Carbon, all the water right now is just flowing down into Graphite and also flowing down through that curve around the Tipple, and it's got tons of erosion problems there. But what you'll see in the road improvement plan is there's several different projects with different amounts of money. We asked for funding for priority number 1 and 2, but the reason I gave you all of this is that you could see some of the other projects. And if we understand that you can't fund everything. And I wanted to give you options for what could be helpful in other areas.
Carbon's your priority.
Graphite's the
Graphite,
priority. Graphite's priority number 1.
Any public comment?
These are big projects.
How long would the graphite priority take?
The goal would be to get it done this summer, just the Graphite. Yes, yeah.
How many yards of material is it gonna take to do this?
I think that was. I don't have any for we want this up.
$7 per ton.
No, how many yards?
You,
I don't think it says in here.
So,
Tons?
so you.
3,000 tons, so 1,000 yards.
The Graphite. 1,000
There we go.
for Graphite.
Are you going to use any of the gravel that was mentioned earlier that was open to non-profit?
I didn't hear that part.
That was one question I had on this was the pit run that's available from the state up to 5,000 cubic yards for public roads. I was curious why, you all were paying for pit run versus other applicants are not. But I do recognize that the cost is in the hauling, not the.
Where is the pit? For the?
Well, any DOT managed pit, so I think we have a few, I don't know all. of them,
Antler
but-
and Pangani.
Oh.
Well, not Pangani on the highway.
So
We
that's,
didn't consider that.
got it, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I think that, I guess my understanding was that 5,000 cubic yards would cover the first 2. I had a note.
Is that 5,000 a year?
Mhm.
Nope, we didn't consider that. Thank you.
Yeah.
I just want to kind of compliment you guys on the plan. I mean, that's how the Denali Borough gets a lot of our bigger projects done with our capital improvements list is we ask the state, do we get it? No, we got this much. Okay, let's do that instead. Having a little bit of flexibility, in particular with the mechanism we're currently working with is good to see. I guess is how I'll phrase that, but.
I'm ready whenever you are done.
Okay, I scored 45 and recommend funding $12,000.
We're almost done.
Quick, pass it while he's gone. Still got any YouTubers?
No.
No?
Lost them all?
Let me broadcast it now.
Left them on the edge of their seat.
YouTube is taking pity. On our home. Live with our studio audience here.
Holy cow.
So there's like 180.
People still hung in with us. Keepers.
Yeah.
There was actually one other person watching besides me. And
How many blocks are?
Have them drive over.
You get
Yeah.
paid well, or you get paid off of it.
Oh. Because he's really used to.
I understand that. You said something like 180, 188.
Couldn't
So you're
remember
sitting-
the-
You're getting sitting over.
Verbiage to
60,000, you're coming in.
put things back on track for my training.
So, wow.
On the border or something.
Oh, yeah.
That's a lot of money.
Like,
It takes practice.
I was sitting there, what is it, what I say?
Holy crap. let's move this one. Yeah. Jared's the best. Good discussion.
Pretty loose with the,
Yeah,
pretty loose with the order sometimes.
part of,
Figure it's gonna come out sometime or another, just.
part of this is so that our regular meeting is a little bit more efficient. And to allow the applicants opportunity to be heard fairly.
This is a good exercise. I enjoyed it, I liked it.
I think we've done it similarly in the past. I just think all of them came with a mayoral proposal of some sort in the past as well.
Some value in that, just start the conversation somewhere.
Yeah,
I'll take a few of the darts so that you all can.
I
go from
mean,
there.
it's your first time, dude. You
Yeah.
can-
But the matching grant committee was always,
It's always a longer one.
there wasn't.
It was always a partial assembly, yeah.
It wasn't a recommendation from the mayor on the matching grant. I think that was always up to the committee, or was that?
Yeah.
Well, he provided that to the committee though,
There's always some kind of.
like partial, full. Expert.
Recommendation from the mayor going into the matching grant committee meeting? I remember reviewing grant applications and.
I do remember, maybe not, maybe not,
Maybe not
Mayor
written. Walker learned his lesson.
maybe just
Right.
verbally.
Keep us reining us in.
Maybe it was just like a verbal part of the 2-minute elevator
No, there
I
was
would-
actually, it was written down like what the.
Mayoral
was.
recommendation.
For the
Yeah.
nonprofit grants or for the matching grants as well?
I think for them both.
I think it was both, I really do.
We just bring it in because I feel like a lot of the discussion, a lot of people looking at it, was, well,
That's a lot.
there's this much in the budget, or it's 7%, and it's like, you know, I tend to look at things the opposite way, of like, well, what's needed, what do we want to allocate? Not, you know, when you see that number,
Right.
now you just start sitting there, well, this is how much I have to spend,
Brings
which
the
is, I
discussion.
think, just not a,
Yeah, this is definitely a more in-depth nonprofit meeting than we've had in the past.
is this a record, you guys?
It's getting close.
Yeah, it's getting
It's
close.
getting pretty dang close.
Right, but I think useful. Yeah.
Context. And now we all know what to look into before our discussion at the
Yeah.
next meeting.
Which is tomorrow.
No, it's not. It'll be here before we know it.
All right, so what do we have left?
So now we're looking at the rubric of,
Oh, that's right. We're gonna go through this.
I would recommend you all adopt the same strategy as.
where we just approve this and. Or
Make a motion to fund. When we're getting to the drill, they did.
Well, if we add up the averages, what does that come up to?
81,000.
81,000, so we're,
81,666.
so we're short by $6,000, right?
well, we're over by 6 grand.
Over by $6,000.
If you went with my recommendations, we're at 73,000.
You
Trying to make it easy.
didn't want to go with the full 75?
Nope,
Is that, does that need to be our goal for this exercise? Like,
no,
this is just the start, right?
it does not need to be the,
So maybe we don't.
Start it. By job.
You can leave it.
I'll take it from here.
Yeah.
It'd be great if you all could propose a number.
I would like to, for budgetary purposes, I would like to see all 75,000 spent.
right,
Right,
absolutely.
Yes.
But,
Yes.
Mhm.
I agree. Just have it all equal 75,000.
Ready to look?
Yeah, let's do it. We're back.
Here we are.
I'd like to
Back
move
to the
to,
dental.
or propose to fully fund the Healy Hockey Association, $14,000.
Second,
All right.
By Mr. Stanfield, fully fund Ely Hockey Association matching grant request.
Could you speak up a little bit? I
There,
can't-
there was a motion to fully fund the Healy Hockey request for $14,000 by Mr. Stanfield. Seconded. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? Okay.
Nope.
Firm that in.
There's one. We're a quarter of the way through. So that leaves us
3 left.
60 or how much left?
61,000.
61,000. Oh, yeah, there's the number. Okay. Well, would we think about shaving equal amounts or what's the consensus or should?
I move to fund the Tri-Valley subdivision HOA for $20,000.
I was gonna go the other way.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I think we need to go the other way. I think it'd be important to equalize the Kobe Farm community request in the Tri-Valley subdivision.
Could I get a second and then we'll just discuss that?
There is no.
I don't think you.
There is no second, yeah.
There's no second.
Well, that motion fails for lack of a second. Anybody want to make an alternative motion?
Make a motion to fund the Tri-Valley subdivision HOA for $15,000.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Mr. Alexander to fund Tri-Valley subdivision at 15,000. Seconded. Discussion?
Yeah, I guess I just for me, if we're looking at both of these road projects, one of the biggest things I'm looking at is members served. Not to dig, but you guys did mention you have 10 members, and in this, first project here, there's at least
We
that.
got that in the fire.
I understand. I'm not arguing. I'm just, as a reference, the amount of people that will be served by these projects are a part of my consideration. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying they matter more or less or anything like that. It's just dollars to donuts. You're gonna be serving at least 10, if not more, people with one of these
And
projects.
serving Clear and Anderson
Yeah, to
too.
be clear,
Okay,
that's just the nonprofit.
as again, I'm just,
Many.
that's, I understand. I'm just saying that's where my thought process comes from for that $15,000.
Mine was right there with you with the amount of people. I was writing down how many people were getting serviced by each one of these road projects. And I also listened to what was actually going to be completed. Is it refining a road that's already done, or is it going from a nightmare to getting something serviceable just to get the basics to folks that desperately need that? So I'm weighing the numbers versus the impact also.
Well, the subdivision was totally usable road many years
Yes,
ago
and
without doing anything. So
That's the maintenance and the runoffs and the catch basins and I'm looking at that versus something that beat a fire truck to death where nobody could actually get out there. And we used a person on a sailboat, and I think they were drinking mustard at the time as a landmark to find their way around. So I don't know who that was, but I remember that quite vividly. So I'm just considering both.
So the motion is to fund it to 15,000. Anyone opposed? Call that unanimous?
No.
Oh, Mr.
Yeah,
Klein?
I oppose, but
Okay. All right. Yeah, motion carries.
So we have to oppose even though you're in favor?
And again, these are not
This is not final.
the final. This is just to get us through. It's sort of a roundabout numbers, maybe.
I'd also like to make a motion to fund Kobe Farm Community also with the 15 grand.
Okay, moved by
Whatever you want to call me, Rick Hammond. Rich.
second, I'll second.
Mr. Hammond.
A second.
And a second. Thank you. To fund Kobe Farm Community to the tune of $15,000. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? That's unanimous.
Make a motion to use the remaining $31,000 to fund the Aurora Dental Plus Health and Wellness, Inc.
Second is motion.
Second,
By Mr. Alexander and seconded to fund Aurora Dental Plus with 31,000. Any discussion?
To me, that just seems like the, because it's more of a borough-wide potential effect rather than a more limited little neighborhood, that it's that funding is appropriate.
yeah,
Everybody.
I agree with that.
Yeah, no, I think the distribution of amounts, I think makes sense. I have concerns about kind of the nonprofit nature and kind of the management of it and the plan going forward, oversight stuff. It's all very new.
Yes.
So there's just a lot of questions there. So for me to feel good about it, I would like to be convinced by the time we pass our budget
Right.
that it's a good,
All
it's a good
valid,
project that makes sense to spend borough funds on.
valid, all valid points.
But in terms of the
Certainly.
distribution of the resources, I think, assuming that's all Skookum, then.
All right.
Any other discussion?
I just lost it.
Got a couple hours to.
Oh, yeah, let me just chew
We're
on it
going for
a
the
minute.
record, right?
Oh, that's what it was. So to be that person at the meeting, when we had this discussion around the Kobe Farm community and their first grant application. Basically, we said, you know, if we're doing this, we're opening the doors for more projects, as we can see now tonight that it has happened. They're more than adamant that we need a separate system for funding this, and just so everybody knows how I feel. Right now, if we're funding a completely new nonprofit, or for lack of a better expression, a startup, are we not kind of irking towards small business loans? I mean,
Oh, no, because this is a nonprofit.
I understand that, but it's a nonprofit that has been generated in the last 2 months, 3 months.
Right, but
So she's not here, I would say it if she
Right.
was, but did she find out about our program and decided to become a nonprofit? Or was becoming a nonprofit a part of her motive from the beginning?
well,
I'm not trying
Right.
to point fingers or judge, I'm just, for the point of discussion, she's got something.
I just wanted to say that she did share with us before she came on her first visit that she had this plan for a long time, only applied as the nonprofit status because it would help her get established in our community. Her intent was always to do community outreach, but I don't know that the nonprofit was the avenue to get there, but that being required to get started to be able to serve Denali Borough gave her kind of an idea of how to get to the services that she wanted to provide.
To add kind of to that, we did also just award nonprofit startup money to the Chamber Foundation or whatever that
Right.
was. So again, we're melding precedences, we're melding,
Yep.
just so everybody's kind of cognizant that we kind of have done this before already.
I mean,
But
that's
but not really, I know, but
not
like,
really.
I'm not saying it's clear cut. I'm just saying, if you look at dollar signs, we have given dollars for an entity to start a nonprofit. Dollar signs, we have given dollars to an entity to work on the road or to do a road project. So just to air
I mean,
caution.
I think that, we should think about not for now, but like in the future. I guess it was a couple of finance meetings ago that we talked about the, amount of money in our emergency fund. And how it was like, because we're doing well, like we could distribute more funds. Because and we had come up with a percentage of I don't have my paperwork right in front of me. But sometime down the road, I mean, we could give out more money. I mean, we would have to obviously, change the code and it would go through whatever the process is. But, and when times are good, I mean, it is our duty to make the borough better. And if we have some cash, shouldn't we do it?
I've been a very giving organization in my tenure, so I'm not gonna argue with you.
And the more money we spend, the less the general fund grows. And then the smaller that 9% becomes. It's like, as our general fund grows, that 9%
Right.
gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and if we spend it out, it doesn't grow.
Right, but we came up with there was a whole, I wish I had it in front of me, it's in my other folder. But, previous Mayor Walker and had done this whole analysis and how that our fund was, our emergency fund was like way beyond the amount. We had over a year's worth left. I'll go look at it.
Increase the rate, increase the funding for that emergency fund?
What do you
That
mean?
meeting?
I don't know.
Disaster contingency fund.
Yeah, I forget, I have to have mine, but we don't have to discuss this now and
11 o'clock at night
Yeah.
on a school night.
exactly.
Oh, so we have a motion on the table, right?
We did, it was seconded and need to see who's.
And we're in the discussion.
All in favor? Wait, we're voting on 31,000 for Aurora
Yes.
Dental Health Plus.
We're voting on this makeup right here,
Well, it's 31 for Aurora.
correct?
31.
Okay, gotcha.
Are we ready for show of hands?
Let's do it.
All in favor? Opposed?
Oh, wait, I'm in favor. That was me breathing, sorry.
Four in favor, 2 opposed?
What is your?
Is that Dominic, you?
Dominic?
I'm in favor.
So 4 in favor, 2 opposed. All right. Round it out. Assembly comments?
For that.
Public comment. Hey, one more time. Thank you for sticking with us. That was awesome.
Hey, Annette.
Thank you. This, I haven't been to one of these meetings. in a long
Yeah,
time.
we missed you.
All your friends.
And
Paying for your buck tonight.
I mean, when you were looking at the end there, everybody's leaning forward. It's so funny to see everyone leaning forward at a
They
meeting
were
like
looking
this.
numbers.
But yeah, thank you for being here and doing this, and thank you to the people that came to have comment and stay till the end. It's invigorating to see the public process in action and to see it work for the whole borough.
Thank you. Yes, thanks for everybody that came, for sure.
Yeah,
We're not done with public comment.
What I have to say in this is, you guys did really, gals did really good work. And at the end of what I wanted to see, that she would put skin in the game for the dental. I did not like this no skin. And there's, just because that word's nonprofit doesn't mean the holy grail. Good example, when you go to Value Village, that's a nonprofit. You look at the CEO, the amount of money he makes a year is staggering, just like NRA. It's just, then you can go over to Salvation Army. When you buy used clothing there, that's feeding people. You know, that budget's just bone tight, you know, when you see their numbers. You're not feeding someone playing golf every day. You just don't know what's gonna happen. That's why, if you're gonna gamble, you don't wanna have them not putting any money into it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Assembly comments?
Thanks for everybody to come that came and for the public testimony.
Yeah, just a reminder again for everybody, nobody's listening anymore except for you folks here. Thank you for hanging out. This has been probably one of the longest meetings I've been a part of. But just, you know, these are not, even if we did fully fund your project, this is not a final document. This is the working position that we will take into our next 2 meetings, at least if not 3, before we have to pass our budget for next year. So stay tuned. I'm sure some of you, I mean, yeah, stay tuned, stay informed. And if one of us reaches out to you, just give us the answers that you got. I mean, I feel like there's a lot of curiosity on our end this time. So thank you guys.
Well, I liked having a full assembly working on this. This was, I think, a lot of thought's gonna be put into this. No question.
I just want to thank the borough staff for putting this all together for us. It was very helpful to have all of this information at our fingertips ahead of time as well, so that we could come prepared. And then even the sort of extras I found helpful. So thanks to all you guys.
Oh, yeah, well, it's a long night. Thank you. And thank you all for showing up. I really do appreciate seeing the folks that actually who I'm representing. And staff, I know it's a long night for you guys. You work so hard and I appreciate you too. So thank you very much. And anytime you guys need to reach out, I'm always available. Reach out.
Thank you.
Mr. Canali, do you have any comments?
Yeah, echo a lot of what's been said. Just want to encourage, more public comment over the next, month or two as we finalize these budget numbers. I think, it's incumbent upon, the borough and, everybody associated to get the word out that these funding requests are on the table. And it would be great to get more public feedback about what direction we should take, in our decision-making over the next couple of budget meetings. And thanks to those who did show up and persevere and offer the comments, that, it definitely resulted in some really good debate. So I appreciate, that level of engagement. And also to Mayor Knoll, thank you. I think this was, a more arduous process than we've been, but I think a more engaging process. It certainly made me more prepared to speak to, the positions I took tonight. So thank you for that. That's all I got.
Yeah, I'd like to thank everybody for sure, not just for coming tonight, but for all the work that you do with the money that we're able to provide. I think it's huge, makes all this money go a lot further, knowing that there's all the volunteers and people doing all of the work that we have out there. So it's nice to be able to say yes to so many of the requests that we had tonight. Feel blessed and keeps us in, keeps our government small. Or it grows it by however many, hundreds of people we have working on all the projects. So I think it's pretty cool. Thanks for that and taking the time to get all the ducks in a row. And man, a lot of 501c3 paperwork has been done over the years to make all this happen. But anyway, keeps the borough rolling. So thank you. Mayor Knoll, do you have anything?
No, I don't have anything to add. Other than a thank you.
Put their skin in the game too. That's all it is.
Good meeting, long meeting.
Yep. Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Have a good night, Mr. Canali.
Ate dinner.
Yeah, thank you, you guys.
Thank you, Dominic.
Glad I scarfed down the balls too.
Oh, I should have done something like that.
So Three Bears is not open, right?